Well, well, well. Again, the Dallas Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons. But Jerry Jones is now doing what he said he was going to do. They're going to spend that money. And they have signed to run Bland. I got a sneaky feeling they're going to do Ty Smith next. And I think they're going to continue to improve this team. But nevertheless, I got some incredible stories that have went under the radar about this Micah Parsons thing. And we're going to close the door on this tonight, as Dak Prescott is going to send a strong message to Cowboys Nation, as well as Brian Schottenheimer is going to send a strong message to Cowboys Nation. We moving on. Let's get it. Let's go, Cowboys Nation. No negativity over here. We are going to give the facts whether people like them or not. Yeah. Let's go. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this video, don't forget at the end to please like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. Yes, and we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. I have put together an incredible show for y'all tonight. These stories that I'm going to show you, they have went under the radar. They have went under the radar. And I'm going to show you these things tonight. It is going to blow your mind. Let me get the show lined up. We're going to listen to some of Rich Eisen with Tom Pelissero. Tom Pelissero is going to give us some answers that some of us were asking. Because I told us this when this happened. It's strange to me that Jerry Jones only got 2 first-round draft picks and a defensive tackle. Now, for all these people who said this man is generational, and you can make that argument all you want to, but I bet you this. I bet y'all if Reggie White was around today, I bet you it wouldn't have been 2 first-round picks. I bet you it wouldn't have been. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think what's his name, Miles Jack or whatever. Regardless, I thought that this deal was undersold for some reason. Like, I thought when this first leaked, it was 2 first-rounders, a second-rounder, and a 5th, or a 3rd and a 7th, or something like that. And it only turned out to be 2 number 1s and a defensive tackle. Why? And if there were all these offers out there, you telling me this is the best the Cowboys could get? Rich Eisen is going to give us some insight. Michael Irvin. Nobody's talking about what Michael Irvin did. Michael Irvin, I don't even think Michael Irvin really wanted to really get it out there himself. Michael Irvin is going to expose Micah Parsons. And you know it's bad when he uses Jason Whitlock as an example to expose Micah Parsons. Then, there's another story that went up under the radar. For all these people who were saying that there are legendary players coming out saying that the Cowboys are crazy. There are people who are actually saying the Cowboys did the right thing. There are a lot of people that are saying the Cowboys did the right thing. And a lot of people are mad in their feelings because the fan base, a majority of the fan base, we already heard it the other night. 105.3 said they were shocked. Yeah, because it seems like they don't like the Cowboys. I don't know how they feel, but I'm just telling you how it seems. But nevertheless, Drew Pearson is going to give y'all a shocking opinion. about the Micah Parsons saga. Then we're going to go to DallasCowboys.com. We're going to listen to Dak Prescott's strong message to Cowboys Nation as it applies to this trade. Dak Prescott, I believe, sent a very strong message. We're going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer on DallasCowboys.com. Brian Schottenheimer, I haven't listened to it all, or I hadn't even listened to any of it, but Brian Schottenheimer sends a strong message from everything I've been seeing. And then we're going to end the show with Bland and Osa Odigizua interviews. Deron Bland, of course, got signed to a 90-something million deal with $50 million guaranteed. Jerry Jones is doing what he's supposed to do. Go out there and get these deals done early, Jerry. Get these deals done early. And I believe Jerry tried to get Michael's deal done early. But I think, and I keep saying it, the mistake that they made is that him and Micah Parsons got personal. They got personal. And because they got personal, people's feelings got hurt. And because people's feelings got hurt, Micah Parsons is no longer with this team. But nevertheless, I think it was the best thing for both parties, because even if the Cowboys would have signed Micah Parsons, I don't believe his heart would have been in it. He was too offended. He was too offended. But again, that's the story for the day. Rich Eisen with Tom Pelissero. Irvin exposes Micah Parsons. Pearson's opinion about this whole issue. Dak's strong message. Schotty interview. Bland and Osa Odigizua. Man, let's get this thing going. Oh, it's live beat you up. It's live beat you up. I see what you did there. That's a very clever way of saying that. All right. Y'all know what time it is. We're going to get a quick roll call in here. It's about 200 plus of y'all in here. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you can. I'm going to try to get it in about a couple of minutes. And then we're going to get right into the show. Ooh, I got a lot for you tonight. Let's get this thing going. Let's go. Let's get this roll call. Let's go. Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him. Robert Simmons, well. He said, what up, G? What up? Brandy, what's going on? She said, hey, love, what's going on with you? Shortman 804, what's good with you? Katharina Kiss, what's going on? Good to see you. Let's go, Greg Johnson. Let's go. Hoodie, Kush up in this thing. Hoodie in the building. What up with you? Good to see you tonight. LaQueen Jackson, my sister from the beginning. What's going on with you? Scott Johnson said, good early morning. Yeah, it's Cowboys after dark time. Let's go. Q-Town, what's going on with you? He said, good evening, Cowboys Nation. Davion Wallace, a regular in here now. He said, what up, G and the fam? Playing deal done. And Diggs, you done after this season. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. Kimbo, what is going on with you, Kimbo 889? April Showers in this thing. Looking forward to it. Let's go. Brian Worley, he said, my main man. Hey, you my main man too. Let's go. My brother, Roderick Holman, appreciate that super sticker. What's going on with you in the orange state of Florida? C-Mo up in here. Let's go. Ralph Tucker in this thing. I see you hating on Dak Prescott, but you're still welcome. Randy McIntyre up in this thing. What's going on? D. Key and Key. What is going on? Lonnie Cabal. What is going on with you? Marvin Washington up in this thing. He said, what up, G? 16,000 subs and counting. Marvin Washington, all glory goes to God. And thanks to all of you, because you are keeping this thing going. Y'all keep pushing this out there into that atmosphere. Let's go, let's go. All right, the real Daryl is up in here. Not the fake one, but the real Daryl. What is going on, y'all? All right, Zay 33. Cowboys will be going to the Super Bowl if everybody stay healthy. Zay? I don't know if I can argue with you. If they keep improving this team, and I think they're going to galvanize behind this Micah Parsons thing. I'm telling us. Moses Logan, what's going on with you? Good to see you up in here. Caitlin Lockhart in this thing. Nicholas Jones, what's going on? Chase, I think that says Chase's Goville. First time in forever that we can actually shop. I'm excited. Yes, sir, I'm with you. Jawanda 100, what's going on with you? I'm ready to hear you preach, G. Man, I did it this Sunday morning. I'm going to do it tonight. Let's go. Douglas Harrison in this thing. What is going on with you? Good to see you. Ray Sean Stench, what's going on? He said, Cowboys stand up. MacMan said, I believe the locker room is bought into the new culture. I do too. Hashtag mindset, I'm with you. R32910. What's good with you? Good to see you. Dana Jet up in here. I see you. What's going on? Good to see you. Gimbo889 in this thing. Beat you up. Appreciate that $5 super chat. Yes, sir. Nothing but optimism over here. And we're going to still be objective. I'm sorry. Comedian Alabama. Man, I appreciate you following me on X. I'm going to go follow. I've already followed you. Y'all follow me on X at Cowboys. Cowboys Let's Talk. Not Let's Talk Cowboys, but at Cowboys Let's Talk. Appreciate you. Hey, Comedian Alabama. Looking forward to following you, man. Gonna check out some of your comedy. I appreciate you. ST Mace, what's going on with you? What up? What's going on? David Everett, up in this thing. What's going on? Ron Mack, my man. What's going on? Good to see you. Big Mouse Dog up in this thing. Let's go. Tawanola Manulo. I hope I got it. What's going on? He said, let's go. Cullen Thornburg up in this thing. What's going on? Let's get this thing going. James Shockley. Gee, we have to stop overpaying players. Well, I tell you this. It seems like Jerry may be on his way. We got to run Blend on the steal. It's only $50 million guaranteed. We got to run Blend on the steal. Yogi C, what's going on? Quentin Scott, what's up with you? Type Cadence, good evening, what's going on with you? Energy plug up in here. Yeah, it's gonna be all tonight. What's up with you, fam? Good to see you. All right, let's get this thing going. Douglas Moville, I think it's Mulvihill? Douglas, whatever. What up? I'm glad to see you up in here. Let's get this thing. ST Mace, he said, I'm on the drive home from work and I get a notification that G is live. Let's go. Perfect timing. Nathan Too Tough up in this thing. Texas Twister, let's talk Cowboys. Skull Unknown, what's going on with you? He said, don't care about the hype until I see it. Hey, man, I'm ready. Thursday night is going to be great. Thursday night is going to be great. It's going to give us a very good launching point. Brooklyn and Butch, what's going on with you? All right, let's get this thing. Simo in here. David DeWin, what's going on? I'm trying to get everybody I can real quick. Again, Simo, let's get this thing going. Standard up in this thing. Standard Mondry, what's going on with you? All right, man, I appreciate y'all. Caitlin Lockhart, let's go. Caitlin said skull. Really? Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Kello V, what's going on? Internet with my sister, Katharina Kiss. Let's go. All right. Let's get this thing started. Man, let me tell y'all something. This thing with Rich Eisen is bonkers to me. This thing with Rich Eisen is bonkers to me. Because he's asking the question that everybody is wanting to know, like, why didn't the Cowboys get more? I actually thought when this thing first came up, they were supposed to get more. But for whatever reason, the Cowboys didn't get more. And again, why didn't the Cowboys get more? What's going on, Warnock SPU? I see you up in there, Wallace Bias. Let's go. Lou Dog up in this thing. Hallelujah. I had him saying hallelujah today. What's going on? Hallelujah. He said, man, my eyes closing. G. Let's go. All right, let's get to this thing about Rich Eisen. I didn't get a chance to watch this today. But this is actually a fascinating story. Because why didn't the Cowboys get more? I mean, I'm sure we've all been wondering this. Because even if we don't agree that Micah Parsons is generational, I'm sorry. I was saying that if the Cowboys were going to trade him, especially to the Green Bay Packers, man, I was thinking 3 first-round draft picks. I mean, I was thinking two number ones, 3 or 2, 5 or 7. I thought it was going to be like 4. And we wound up only getting 2 right now. So let's listen to this and see if Tom Pelissero, because I haven't listened to it, but I saw it last night, late last night, and I said, man, y'all know how I do. I a lot of times will get stuff and I won't even listen to it. I listen to it with y'all fresh because I want that response to be fresh when I listen to it. So let's listen to Tom Pelissero and see if he gives us any insight on why didn't the Cowboys get more for Micah Parsons. Check this out.
What can you share about what the market was then? I mean, clearly, because again, the Cowboy fans, it's a bitter pill. The Ice Bowl team, the Favre team, the Rodgers team, the Des Cauditt team, the team that one and done McCarthy team just a couple years ago. Why Green Bay? And again, I understand they needed the cap and they wanted a player. Who else was in this mix? How wide a net was this thing? Best you can tell.
There's a lot of Packers Cowboys connections.
I know that, and it's tough.
Jerry said he didn't take into consideration.
Clearly.
He said, other than trading him in the NFC East, we don't really care because you play half these teams on a yearly basis anyway. I mean, what I would tell you is there were, a bunch of other teams. Okay, I got a lot of calls, I had a lot of conversations with GMs, coaches, and people in the league, all trying to get to the bottom of why is this situation so weird? Like, what is actually going on with Micah? And a few weeks ago when I was talking to people, and inevitably I would say, like, the price was pretty clear, but I'd say, do you think that they really want to do it? And everyone's kind of like, we can't tell. They talk about it. They talk about a price, which would indicate what it would take to get the player. But is Jerry ultimately going to say, yes, we are doing this? That only became clear really over the last week or so here. The other thing that I thought was informative, Rich, was when some teams were digging into this with Micah Parsons, they didn't see a guy who necessarily was going to be an ideal fit. And I know that sounds completely crazy. Again, I would go back to the draft when Micah came out, where there were some coaches who would say, well, what does this guy really do? Is he a lineman? Is he a defensive end? What is he? The answers from the teams that liked him was everything. He can do everything on the field. But if you're going to give up $47 million per year on an extension like the Packers did, 42 and change in terms of the life of the deal, and give up 2 first-round picks and give up a player, you better have a really good plan for him Monday through Saturday, as well as on Sundays, to get the most out of Micah Parsons. There were some teams that just kind of backed away a little bit just because this is such a gut check, Rich. We didn't see 10 years ago, you didn't get trades like this. Trades are a relatively new phenomenon in the NFL. We now have seen a handful of trades involving 2 first-round picks for a player. The Rams did it with Jalen Ramsey. The Seahawks did it with Jamal Adams some years ago. There's a few other examples, but it's not a really long list of times the teams have been able. Khalil Mack, obviously, although that ended up being, in terms of the picks that went back a little bit less than 2-1. It doesn't happen very often. Usually you only see those caliber of trades involving quarterbacks because that's the one position where you can really make a sea change. But for the Packers, again, a team that for decades had not operated like this, to go all in, it really seems like a reflection that the time has come and the league has evolved and it's worth taking this type of a risk. The Packers can justify it in their heads as, well, it's not really 2 first-round picks. We'll just count Micah Parsons as our first-round pick next year, and we get him this year. And, okay, 1 additional pick beyond that. But those first-round picks also are your young, cheap workforce that keeps your salary cap and your roster healthy, which has been a hallmark of what the Packers have done. Ron Wolf hired Brian Gutekunst into the organization in 1999 as an area scout. Ron Wolf was the same guy who pulled off the Favre trade and signed Reggie White. This was a Ron Wolf style move from one of his, at the time, very young proteges. And texting and talking with people in the building yesterday, Rich, at Green Bay. I said this on TV earlier, but Matt LaFleur's texted me with a few other words I won't mention it. It was, I cannot sit down.
I bet.
They are floored.
Let me tell you something. Let me let me interject. So now this is making sense. See, there are people out there, and I've noticed this about some of these so-called experts. They want to tell you that Michael Parsons is generational. But I think Tom Pelissero is saying something. But he's generational at what? What is he generational at? Is he a generational linebacker? Well, he don't play linebacker. Is he a generational defensive end? Well, technically, he's not a defensive end. So he's a generational pass rusher is what you're telling me. And a lot of teams, and what Tom Pelissero is saying, even if these so-called Micah Parsons apologists don't like it, that even with someone saying he's an elite pass rusher, that teams were saying, but for $47 million, I want more than an elite pass rusher. I want an elite defensive end. I want somebody that you can't run on the edges on. I want somebody that does sell off the edges. I want somebody that is more than a pass rusher. This is why I keep telling people, I'm not hating on Micah Parsons, but stop saying this man is in the conversation with Reggie White. He is not in the conversation with Reggie White. He is not. He is not in the conversation. Nobody looked at Reggie White as a mere pass rusher. No one called Reggie White a mere edge rusher. Nobody called him that. No. I want you to understand something about generational players. You can have your own discussion about Micah Parsons being generational. But when you talk about generational players, I bet you this. I bet you're going to tell me they're great at something. You're not going to tell me what Ryan R. just said. I love what Ryan R. is saying up here in the chat. Ryan R. just said, jack of all trades, master of none. Tom Pelissero just said this is what people were saying about him. Well, what is he good at? Everything. Tell me what he's a master at. I've already destroyed this argument, even if people don't like it. I've already shown the top edge rushers in this game. The top 10 edge rushers in this game. Show me the Super Bowls win. Show me the Super Bowls and the Super Bowl wins they've netted. Show them to me. Show them to me in the last 10 years. Show me the edge rusher that someone took to the Super Bowl and somebody said, wow, that edge rusher right there, he was the difference in the Super Bowl. He won the game for him. It's strange to me. We're paying edge rushers top dollar. They're approaching quarterback money. Why would you pay an edge rusher quarterback money when you're not getting quarterback results? You're not getting quarterback results. We got these guys, they're getting 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 sacks. And then when you go back and look at the teams, I've already done this with Trey Hendrickson. See, people think you're just talking about Micah Parsons. No, you go back and do this on Trey Hendrickson too. And you will find that Trey Hendrickson, it's the teams he got the sacks against to make you go, I'm not saying he's not good. But these 17 and a half sacks in 2 seasons, we didn't even make the playoffs last year. The Cowboys were third. We'll brag about being third in pass rush rate, and we were not the third seed in the playoffs. This pass rushing stuff is getting out of hand. I showed you the stats last night. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Buffalo Bills, when you look at the top 4 teams, even the Washington Commanders, their team as a whole are not even in the top 10 edge rushers. They're not in there. They're not in there. And when I look at the Philadelphia Eagles, where their bread and butter were the defensive tackle position. That's where their bread and butter was. Josh Sweat, 8 sacks. The next sacks leader on the team, 6.5 sacks with 40-something sacks as a team as a total. And they won the Super Bowl with the pass rush because their tackles were so good at stopping the run and getting pressure up the middle that you couldn't step up on them, because if you stepped up, you stepped into a doggone barbed wire fence. And we're steady giving edge rushers mad money, monopoly money. And I'm telling you why we're doing it. Because this league, people get hooked on this excitement. Oh, man, they want that edge rusher who's going to come off the edge, and they want him to knock that ball out of the quarterback's hand. They want him to hit him from the blind side, knock him out the game. They want that edge rusher excitement. The sack has turned into the defensive touchdown. The sack has turned into the equivalent of the long touchdown. But the problem is, it's not equating into Super Bowls. It's not. And this is why I was even wondering. I said, wait a minute. I would love to know who are the teams. I think what I was thinking is exactly true. Unfortunately, the Green Bay Packers may have been the best offer the Cowboys had, especially when it came to the Cowboys wanting a defensive tackle. It's the only thing that makes sense. And Tom Pelissero is spelling it out because teams are saying, maybe even the Cowboys kind of came to the conclusion. Y'all remember when I asked the question? I said, how will he play within Matt Eberflus' system? I'm telling us the reality of Micah Parsons. I'm not sure that he's actually played in a system. Dan Quinn kind of had a renegade system to me. Dan Quinn was like, hey, just get to the ball. Not really, to me, a complicated system. Mike Zimmer, on the other hand, Mike Zimmer has a little bit more of a strict system. And it's amazing to me. Michael Parsons was talking about on Thanksgiving. Yeah, man, we finally got Mike Zimmer's system down. Thanksgiving? Do what? It makes me wonder. Matt Eberflus said he's going to run multiple looks. I was wondering and waiting, where is Micah going to line up? How are they going to use Micah? And the thing that I told y'all, if you remember, the thing that I found strange about what Matt Eberflus said, they said, what will be Michael Parsons' role on the team? And I thought it was strange that Matt Eberflus said he's going to rush the passer. Really? Really? So that's his specialty. So we're going to pay him $47 million a year to rush the passer for all of the Micah Parsons champions. Go back, look at the top edge rushers in this game, look at the top 10 edge rushers in this game, and tell me their impact on Super Bowls in the last 10 years. Tell me. Please, all the experts, tell me. Tell me what the net is of Super Bowls. Because in those top 10 edge rushers, I can only think of two that have even sniffed a Super Bowl. Trey Hendrickson, Nick Bosa. And I'm going to give Nick Bosa credit. Nick Bosa is an absolute beast, and he is probably, arguably, the best defensive end in the game. He is probably the best defensive end in the game. It's probably, notice I didn't say edge rusher. I said defensive end. Nick Bosa is probably the best defensive end in the game. It's probably between him and Myles Garrett. I'm talking defensive end. I'm not talking about edge rusher. Michael Parsons is in the category of an edge rusher. We don't even know what that position is. Is it a defensive end? Is it a linebacker? What is it? But when I talk about Nick Bosa, I know what he is. We can call him an edge rusher, but he's a defensive end. We can call Myles Garrett an edge rusher, but he's a defensive end. Tom Pelissero just made perfect sense. That if somebody's going to give up that kind of money for Michael Parsons, he can't just rush the passer. And I'm not saying that Michael Parsons can only rush the passer, but that was his specialty, wasn't it? Because that's the argument that people are making for him. Oh, pass rusher. Look how many sacks he has in 4 seasons. 52. Yeah. Show me the playoff wins. Show me the playoff wins as a result of 52 and a half sacks in 4 seasons. Show me the results. Show me the playoff wins. This is not about Micah Parsons because the other ones can't show you either. Max Crosby can't show you. He can't show you what is that netting what is it netting the Raiders? What is it netting them? I'm going to tell you something about the Raiders. They're going to miss Christian Wilkins. You better hear me. You better hear me loud and clear. They're going to miss Christian Wilkins. And I'm telling you, the Green Bay Packers, you can let them tell you anything they want to, but the Green Bay Packers are going to miss Kenny Clark. They're going to find out something. The key to Super Bowls in this league, this is how we know you're serious about your Super Bowls. Your defensive tackles. And it's amazing to me that we're paying these doggone edge rushers. It's amazing to me. We're paying edge rushers like they are really the difference in Super Bowl wins. They're not the difference in Super Bowl wins. They're not. These defensive tackles are the unsung heroes of Super Bowls. They're the unsung heroes of championship teams. But we want the sexy stuff. We want the sacks. We want the edge rush. We want the quarterback head knocked off. We want the strip sack fumble. We want the excitement. We don't want the dirty work. Kenny Clark said, I'm willing to do the dirty work. The dirty work is the trenches. The edges is the finesse. It's the pretty stuff. It's the stuff it's the thrill. It's the thrill stuff. Oh, he almost got him. Oh, he hit him from the blind side. Show me. Go back and look at the Eagles tape. Go back and look at the Eagles tape. Go back and look at the 90s Cowboys. Go back and look at stuff like that, and you will understand what I'm telling you. All these edge rushers we're paying, and I'm not paying them, but all these edge rushers the people are paying. They're not netting anything. They're not. They're not netting anything other than highlight reels. That's all they're netting is highlight reels. They're just highlights. Everybody wants the sexy highlight of the sack. But nobody wants the highlight of the defensive tackle pushing the center and the guards into the lap of the quarterback. Nobody wants to look at that stuff. That's where the games are won. That's where the games are won. And now Tom Pelissero, it makes sense. Why were there not better offers for Micah Parsons? Because teams looked at what they were doing and they had to ask themselves, do we want to pay a pass rusher $47 million a season who doesn't touch the ball unless he causes a fumble? He doesn't run the ball. He doesn't catch the ball. He doesn't throw the ball. He doesn't return kicks. He doesn't return punts. Where are the net touchdowns that he is getting us? And I don't want to hear all this EPA stuff. I get sick. It's amazing to me that the people who talk about stats and call people stat nerds, then when it comes to what they want to prove, they run to all these just crazy stats. Yeah, they all of a sudden are stat nerds too. No, man, the proof is in the pudding. You can give me any stats you want to, and I can go to the list of the highest paid edge rushers, and I'm going to show you something that is a common theme. They're not winning Super Bowls. They're not winning Super Bowls. It's these doggone defensive tackles that are winning these Super Bowls for these teams because they're stopping these teams from running the ball. And then they force them to try to go outside. And then if you just got even good pass rushers, they'll do the job for you. It's crazy. And I'm telling you, a lot of teams basically said they were not ready. They were not ready to spend that money. And I'm going to tell you what I said about Matt LaFleur yesterday, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to say it again. Matt LaFleur If you don't win the Super Bowl with Micah Parsons, because everybody says he's a generational player, they said the Cowboys are crazy for trading him. And if you're saying that he's the reason why the Cowboys won 12 games in 3 seasons in a row, which is hogwash, but if you want to say that, then he better go to the Green Bay Packers and he better be the difference. If they were 11-6 last year, I'm expecting 13-4, no less than the number 2 seed. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting from Green Bay and Matt LaFleur. Because I'm telling you now, if Micah Parsons don't win a Super Bowl for the Green Bay Packers, if it's me, in the next 4 seasons, Matt LaFleur, you're fired. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to be even real brutal. Bro, if you don't get me a Super Bowl within the first 2 seasons of Micah Parsons, I'll give you the first one, but you better get me close. You better not have an 11-6 record again. You better get me close. Second season, you don't win me a Super Bowl, Matt LaFleur, you're fired. You're fired because you convinced us that Micah Parsons was the way that we could win a Super Bowl. He better get me one in the next 2 seasons if it's me. Because if he doesn't, you're fired. Let's listen to the rest of Tom Pelissero. I just thought that was very interesting what he's saying. Teams couldn't really figure out, like, okay, he's good, but is he $47 million good to where he does anything else other than rush the passer? When you go out and you want to win championships, you go out and get players who can do specific things. Think about the Chicago Bulls. They didn't need scorers. Chicago Bulls, they needed players that did specific things. You think about when they brought in Dennis Rodman. They brought him in for one thing and one thing only. Rebounds. Rebounds and defense. I guess you could say 2 things. But his specialty was rebounds. Rebounds and defense. He didn't shoot well. He didn't dribble well. But he played defense like a demon. And he rebounded like nobody's business. When the Cowboys brought in Deion Sanders, don't let people fool you. He's not a master of a whole bunch of things. No, or he's not great at a whole bunch of things. Deion was really a specific type of player. Shutdown corner. He was elite as a shutdown corner. He had elite speed. It translated into kick returns and punt returns. It translated into him being a wide receiver. But the primary thing the Cowboys got Deion Sanders for was to literally take wide receivers out of a game and shut down one side of the field. That's what they got him for. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Beat you up. He said we need Dak at an MVP level. I think he will be. I appreciate that super chat. I do think Dak will be at an MVP level. I do. Now, I want us to understand something about Dak Prescott. I'm not going to make any excuses because I'm going to go back this week and I'm going to see, kind of looking at the stats and the box scores. I want to see what Dak's first games look like when he comes back from these injuries. Now, it's going to be hard to judge because for whatever reason, Mike McCarthy always got off to a slow start offensively. So I want to go back and see kind of what Dak looked like coming back from some of these injuries, even though he balled the entire season. Oh, I don't even want to say balled the entire season, but somewhere around game 5 or 6, Dak would start balling. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to let Dak tell you in his own words. Let me tell you something. Skull Unknown. You're going to be happy to hear what Dak is going to say if you hadn't already listened. Nah, Dak Prescott ain't doing no bragging. Dak Prescott ain't doing none of this stuff. Dak Prescott is saying, we got to show it on the field. Dak Prescott knows what's at stake right now. Let's listen to the rest of Tom Pelissero.
About this magnitude of a move, we can change out from the season.
A jolt in the building. In the 90 seconds I have left, Tom, give me the split on the number of people around the league who are texting you saying this is wild, this is insane, or actually see the Cowboys' point of view. What's the split?
I would say that more people are surprised that the price wasn't a little bit more for Micah Parsons than anything. It really depends. It's impossible to go apples to apples with a trade involving a player, because if the Cowboys viewed Kenny Clark as a guy that in isolation they would have traded, let's say, a 3rd round or 2nd round pick for, okay, then basically you got 2 1s and a 2 or a 3. But there were other teams that thought, just based on how good the player is now, productive, how young, that even with the cost in terms of salary, that, they would have anticipated that the Cowboys could have gotten a little bit more. There's an understanding about the reset value of this. What people were floored by is just the fact that these two teams made this type of deal. Jerry Jones, who year after year has his pedal to the metal and is 82, 83 years old, and you wouldn't think has an appetite for a rebuild, is now talking about, hey, we got all these picks over the next couple of drafts to build the thing. And the Packers, who never are the team that finalized this deal, are all of a sudden the ones making an all-in type of move that just historically has not been their jam. It's a fascinating storyline that we'll be following all season, and particularly, Rich, looking forward to that Sunday night game,
no doubt,
Week 4 in Dallas.
One of these people.
This is going to make for an incredible season. And I don't believe the Cowboys are in rebuild mode. The Cowboys are trying to maximize the window they have with Dak Prescott. The Cowboys, contrary to what people think, they're not going to go out and make all these doggone trades and go out there and get doggone Arch Manning. It's not happening. That's not what they're doing. No. The Cowboys are about to focus on putting players around Dak Prescott. And I'm going to tell you how the way that the Cowboys can truly win a Super Bowl within, because I keep saying it's 2026, but if some things go right this year, it could be this year. I think the chances are actually exponentially greater next year. And the reason why I believe this to be true is because I think what they're going to continue to focus on is building the defense. They don't have to build the offense anymore. The offense is ready. The offense is absolutely ready when you look at the depth chart. The only thing we need to figure out is Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele the real deal? If Guyton and Terrence Steele are the real deal, then you have Tyler Guyton, Ty Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele. That right there is a very good offensive line. It's actually a great offensive line, especially on the interior. When you look at the skill positions, can you get any better than CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens? You'd be hard pressed because I don't think you can. I don't think you can get any better. And then when you figure in Kevontae Turpin, working in and out of the slot along with Jalen Tolbert. When you figure in Kevontae Turpin even working out of the backfield. When you figure in the fact that Jaden Blue has this incredible speed and they're going to work and use him. And then when you look at Javonte Smith and then Phil Maffa as he comes along, he's a very bruising running back. The Cowboys will be able to run between the tackles with him. That when you look at the Cowboys offense with Jake Ferguson healthy and Dak Prescott being the seam king, he's going to throw goals and jumps and jump balls on the boundaries of George Pickens. CeeDee Lamb is going to eat up everything in the middle of the field and the boundary sometimes. The Cowboys, once they get this offense rolling, they're going to be a problem. There are just not too many ways you can improve the Dallas offense unless you say we about to go out and get a bona fide running back. It's the only way that you can truly improve it, if you ask me. You just go out there and say, man, we're going to go out here and get a top flight running back. You don't have a lot of improvement, a lot of wiggle room on the Cowboys offense. It is that good. I think where they're going to continue to work in this next draft in particular, you watch what I tell you. D tackle, I see them going and trying to get another one tech. I think the Cowboys have just admitted. They have admitted it without admitting it. Mozzie Smith is not the one tech they thought he was, and that's okay too. It don't mean that Mozzie Smith can't be a part of the plan. Mozzie Smith can rotate in sometimes in the 3 tech with Oso Digizua or whatever the case may be. But it doesn't mean that you have to say doom and gloom. No, Kenny Clark is a true 1 tech. But I think the Cowboys may even extend them a year or two, and they're still going to go in that draft and get a 1 tech. I also think they're going to go in there and probably use that draft, use one of those picks to either get a cornerback or a safety. More than likely, probably a cornerback. I can see them going in that draft also getting a running back next year. And from everything I'm hearing, this draft is eons better than this past draft. Not worried about the backup quarterback position. Everybody keeps talking about Arch Manning. I don't even think Arch Manning is going to come out this season. I don't even know if it'd be good for him to come out. I think Arch Manning needs to stay in another 2 years and just totally perfect his game. He played against a championship level team against, who was it, Ohio State? They showed him up. Don't mean he's terrible. They just showed him up. And now we know, now when he goes to the bathroom, he know that his boo-boo stink. Because people will build these types of players up to the stratosphere, and now everybody was ready to slaughter them. Let's just see how I keep going. But no, Jerry Jones is trying to maximize the window of Dak Prescott. Gregory Rodriguez, I appreciate that super chat. Gregory Rodriguez, he said Michael Parsons is not better than Chris Jones. One has several Super Bowls. So which position? Yep. So which position really has the bigger impact? Green Bay can easily have a 8-9 or 9-8 record this season. And I tell you this, Skull Unknown, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about him going to an easy division. Nah, man, Detroit is legit. Detroit is legit. The Minnesota Vikings are legit. J.J. McCarthy has been having a very good preseason. J.J. McCarthy is legit, man. And then the Chicago Bears. We're going to see, are they really on the rise the way some people are saying? Are they really on the rise? No, Michael Parsons has not stepped into an easier division. I got some more news for you, Skull Unknown. Michael Parsons now is going to see what it's really like to play in Green Bay when it's 19 degrees below zero. Shoo, you couldn't get me to do it. With the state tax in that weather, you couldn't get me to do it. You could not get me to do it. And I'll tell you this, I don't think Michael Parsons is enough to overcome the Detroit Lions healthy for the Green Bay Packers. I don't think he's enough. I don't think he's enough. Micah isn't enough. And Green Bay, I'm telling you, I'm firing Matt LaFleur in 2 years if they don't get a Super Bowl. And I'm going to bring me in another coach and I'm going to tell him, you better get me a Super Bowl with Michael Parsons because we gave up the farm for him. The Green Bay Packers, all the pressure is on them. They got to make this thing work. Jerry Jones has 2 first rounds. He's got 4 first round picks over the next 2 seasons. You watch what I tell you. You watch the Cowboys eat. You watch them eat in this next draft. They had a great draft this year. Watch them eat in this draft. You watch what I tell you. All right, let's go on to our next story. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Cowboys After Dark, 654 of y'all in here. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and don't forget, if you see that HYPE button, please hit that hype button and push this live stream out there into the YouTube algorithm. Appreciate y'all tonight. Super Watcher up in here. What's going on with you? My man up in here. Super Watcher up in here. Daniel, my right-hand man. What's going on with you tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you tonight. Good to see everybody watching. Oh, my man Bruce is up in here. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Odds haven't changed for Thursday Night Football after trade. Hey, Bruce. I really think people think that they're going to annihilate the Cowboys, but I think they're going to be surprised. Super Watcher up in this thing. What's going on? He said, I don't think Micah Parsons is going to have an all-pro season. Super Watcher, I'm telling you. If I'm Green Bay, I'll tell you what I am saying. Matt LaFleur, you're not getting... We signed Jordan Love. If I'm Green Bay, we signed Jordan Love to a stupid contract. An absolute stupid, dumb contract. Dude ain't done nothing since he got it. He did what he did before he got the contract. Your best ability is availability. Last year he got hurt. They don't know what he is. I'm telling Matt LaFleur right now because he's obviously influencing some of the gambling of this team. I'm telling Matt LaFleur right now, if you don't get us a Super Bowl in the next 2 seasons, you're fired. And I promise you this, and you better not go 9-8 this season. If Matt LaFleur, if I'm managing the Green Bay Packers, bro, you better not go 9-8. You better not go 8-9. You better not go 7-10 with Micah Parsons. You're fired. You're fired. That's where I am with this. I mean, that may be a little harsh for some of y'all, but I'm telling you, because if you are telling me, if we are telling me he's a generational player, and if Matt LaFleur is saying that he's the difference, he's supposed to be the difference in us going to the Super Bowl, then you about to prove it. You're about to prove it. Because if you don't, you're fired. You're fired. I'm not giving you no leeway. You better win more games than you won last year. We won 11 games before we got Micah Parsons. We went 11-6. Bro, that's not even that's not even your starting point. I'm telling us, for all of us who are saying that Michael Parsons is generational, the Cowboys are crazy, the season is over for the Cowboys, then explain to me what this means for the Green Bay Packers. Explain it to me. Explain it to me. If you don't get beyond 11-6, if the Green Bay Packers are not at least 4th in the NFC, woo! I'm telling y'all. I'm putting Matt LaFleur on notice, bro. You can't even come up in here with a wild card with Micah Parsons. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. If this man is really all that, you don't get that with the Green Bay Packers because, again, they were already winning. They were already winning. Bam Bam Gaines up in this thing. Bam Bam Gaines. What's going on with you? He said, keep y'all Michael jerseys because they gonna want a refund. Jet 375, he says, does anyone feel like Jerry, Stephen, and McClay making Schotty the head coach the biggest shake-up for this organization since Bill Parcells was hired? I do. This has Jimmy Johnson type of, because you remember when they hired Jimmy Johnson? See, let me tell you something about these fair-weather Cowboy fans. The fair-weather Cowboy fans, when they hired Jimmy Johnson, they were destroying Jerry Jones for hiring Jimmy Johnson. Especially in them first 2 seasons, they were destroying this man. Then all of a sudden, you win a playoff game in 1991. All of a sudden, now Jerry is smart. Jimmy Johnson wins the Super Bowl it was 90 for the playoffs. 91? I have to go back. We won the Super Bowl in 92, 93. So that's the 92. The 92 season and the 93 season, we won the Super Bowl. All of a sudden, Jerry looked like a genius. Daniel said, would you trade for Breece Hall? He's young and much affordable. Not at this point. Not at this point. I want to see what still shakes down because there still may be some shakedowns here over the next few days. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm going to wait a little bit before I get anything going. I don't want to touch these draft picks. People are already talking about, hey, man, use them. I don't want to touch them yet. I don't want to touch them. Let's wait and see. Brandy, she said Micah is undersized. Yep. And what Tom Pelissero said is very telling. Teams were looking at Micah Parsons saying risk versus reward. What's the reward for $47 million? Because everybody keeps saying Dallas is stupid. Let me tell you, this is the same thing like the Luka Doncic trade. A lot of people were talking about the Luka Doncic trade by this guy named Nico. I'm not really into basketball like that. But the thing that I always found astounding about Luka Doncic, everybody said that Luka Doncic is a generational player. I'm not going to argue with you. Luka Doncic was a generational offensive player. Liability on defense. Dad body. Wasn't in the best shape. Stayed injured down in the stretch and in the playoff games. Never really came up big in the playoffs. People were killing the Dallas Mavericks for trading Luka Doncic. Can somebody tell me again how many championships they won with Luka Doncic? How many championships did they win? I'm telling us, we get in love with exciting play, and then we make up every excuse for not getting the results. And for the Cowboy fans, Dak Prescott has been the sole reason why the Cowboys haven't gotten the result, if you ask them. If you ask them, it's Dak Prescott's fault and nobody else. All right. Roland Rodriguez, he said, let's talk. He said, I was at Texas Stadium when the Cowboys went 1-2. He said when the Cowboys went 1-15, it was the best seats on the house. Nobody was there. Roland Rodriguez, it's strange to me because nobody loved Jimmy then. Nobody thought Jerry was smart for hiring Jimmy then. Nobody thought that Jerry was smart for hiring Jimmy in those first 2 seasons. For all these people who act like, yeah, man, Jimmy was this, that, and a bag of chips. These people, man, some of them weren't even old enough to remember half this stuff. And a lot of people at that time hated Jerry Jones for hiring Jimmy Johnson. I'm telling you, Matt LaFleur for me, shoot, tell me anything you want to. Matt LaFleur he ain't got no leeway for me. He doesn't have any leeway for me. All right, let's switch gears. Let's switch gears. Oh, I got more for y'all. This video came across my timeline last night when I was watching a movie with my wife. And I so bad wanted to watch it then, but I couldn't do it. And this video with Michael Irvin has flown under the radar. And I know why it's flown under the radar. One, it's because of who is in the video. And it's because of what Michael Irvin is saying. Let me tell you something. People can say anything they want to. But man, I'm just being honest with you. I watched some of it. It's not a long video. Miss Matrix up in the house. What's going on, Miss Matrix? Good to see you. Buddha said, Luka went to a championship though. Okay, he went to a championship. Give him that. But he wasn't getting the Mavericks championships. Didn't get him a championship. Then he goes to the Lakers and everybody said it's over. The Lakers are about to go to the championship with him and LeBron, only for him to get knocked out. Now Luka Doncic went to the doggone Los Angeles Lakers, and now he looks like an entirely different player. All of a sudden now he ain't got a dad bod. All of a sudden now he looks like an actual generational player, which Luka is a generational offensive player. He's not a generational defensive player. He's not even, just saying, liability. Gabe said Luka did more than Michael. This is a bad comparison. Hey, Gabe, let me tell you something. I'm using it as a comparison because that's what I've seen people using on X. People have been saying the trade that they made with Micah Parsons is equivalent to Luka Doncic. This is what they've been coming up with. The Luka Doncic lovers and the Micah Parsons lovers. They put them both in the same category. Yep, Titan Game Music. He got him to the finals. He never wanted to be traded. And again, Nico is either going to look like a genius or he's going to look crazy. It's yet to be seen. But again, he went to the Lakers and everybody thought he was going to pull it off and didn't even get close. Didn't even get close. And now, of course, the Lakers have sold, if I'm not mistaken, the Lakers have actually sold they've actually sold the franchise, so we'll see how it all goes. All of this is yet to be seen, but I can tell you this as it applies to me. With Matt LaFleur and Micah Parsons, bro, he ain't got 4 years. Micah Parsons is a generational player according to so many. He's a generational player. And if he is supposed to be the difference, if you said that if we give up $47 million a season, you said if we give up 2 first-round draft picks, you said that this is going to get us to where we need to be, you fired for me. I'm giving you 2 years maximum with this kind of trade. If this is really that kind of trade, I mean, I'm not giving him 4 years. Let's go to this thing with Michael Irvin. This thing with Michael Irvin is a bombshell. And you're not going to hear a lot of people talk about it. You're not. You're not going to hear a lot of people talk about this. But I'm going to show you where Michael Irvin reluctantly exposes, and this is exactly what he's doing. And I'm going to tell you now, the 3 and 4 letter networks, they love this stuff with Micah Parsons. They all are riding with Micah Parsons because they know that it gets you the money, it gets you the clicks when you hate Jerry Jones. Irvin is about to expose Micah Parsons. This is a bombshell story, and I'm shocked that nobody's talking about it. We'll see if people start talking about it tomorrow. Check out this with Michael Irvin. It's crazy.
Make that type of commitment to Micah Parsons goes against so much of how they have operated for decades here. There are countless trades that they have been close to.
All right, hold on.
What's up, locker room?
This story with Michael Irvin, I'm telling y'all, it is bombshell level stuff. Watch what Michael Irvin does. Check this out.
I want to close up this thing. I think now I'm in a better place. I can share my feelings about Michael Parsons now and openly share him. And there's
now Michael Irvin is hitting on something here. I want you to catch what he's talking about. He was so upset that he's basically saying that he really couldn't think right about this. And not only could he not think right, I think there was some things that he was being very careful to say because Michael Irvin is kind of like a part of the media. And he doesn't want people to try to destroy him because there are people out there that if you say something about Micah Parsons, they will try to destroy. They'll literally try to destroy your reputation. There are people out there who are literally mad because that if you say Donovan Ezeraku is going to be good, they get mad about it. They get mad about it that if you say that he actually has the potential to be as good as Micah Parsons. I think he has the potential to be even better than Micah Parsons. Not because he's necessarily a better pass rusher, but I think Donovan Ezeraku is a more well-rounded type of defensive end than Micah Parsons. But again, it's yet to be seen. I always reserve the right to be wrong and change my mind. Some people, they try to criticize you for changing your mind when you see something better. But when you see better, you learn better. When you see, from the film and all these things that you're wrong on something, big deal. You were wrong. It's okay. You can now go back and say, okay, I saw this and I wasn't right about it. So I'll just say this or that. But nevertheless, I understand where Michael Irvin is coming from. We are Mac up in this thing. I appreciate you being up in here. Anthony Malone, he said there's 675 people watching. Now it's 776. Y'all hit that like button and support the G. Come on, folks. I appreciate you. So I understand why Michael Irvin didn't want to express this, and especially with him using a video of Jason Whitlock, who a lot of people hate. But Michael Irvin is about to flat out expose Micah Parsons. Check this out.
That I've been seeing, and I want to show you guys these things. First, I want to show you a clip with Michael Parsons talking. Well, you'll see.
Is there anybody particular around the league that you feel like should come into the organization, can make an impact for y'all?
The dude sit right next to me, man. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool, no? You don't think so? You don't think so? How you feel about that? What would your take be on?
Let me tell y'all something. This is the podcast. This episode right here. This is the one they're talking about that set that Cowboys locker room on fire. You got the doggone brakes beat off you by this team. And now you're associating with Jordan Love? This podcast right here? This is the kind of stuff that was setting this team off.
Coming to Green Bay, man. Oh, it's too many Cowboy fans in the audience. There's too many Cowboy fans. My fault.
Jordan Love is already soliciting this.
I'm in one of them Drewski 360 deals. You feel me? I'm a for lifer.
I like that.
I can't go nowhere.
I like that.
Man, Jerry Jones, we done talked. You know, that's my dog.
After that,
Nobody wants to hold that man accountable for that kind of talk. Michael Parsons said, Jerry is my dog. And I was the only person that I heard criticizing him, maybe AOC too. AOC, I think, was too. I was criticizing him for this behavior. I kept saying, bro, you don't need to be calling Jerry your dog. I knew this was going to lead down the wrong path. Don't be calling Jerry your dog and all this stuff. That don't look right. Man, you got a contract coming up, bro. You got to keep this business. He was trying to, it seemed like to me, I guess in the grand scheme of things, Jerry felt like he was trying to manipulate this whole situation. But in the grand scheme of things, he said, I'm a lifer. Jerry, my dog. Now we traded. Check out Michael Irvin.
after that, I want to show you a clip with Jason Whitlock.
And
what he said.
Micah Parsons just did what was best for his agent, David Mulugeta.
How many of y'all heard me and AOC talking about this? Micah Parsons did what was best for his agent. Let me tell y'all something. I said it before. I'll say it again. David Mulugeta cannot offer Micah Parsons what Jerry Jones could have. The stuff that Jerry Jones was going to get Micah Parsons off the field as well as on the field. Micah Parsons was going to have more money than he could ever know what to deal with. Jerry Jones, I guarantee you, was going to involve him in his personal business deals and help him stack up his cheese. Now he won't get that benefit. Now he's going to see what these agents do that Jerry Jones was talking about. Once they get you your deal, they're going to try to get you whatever endorsement deals they can while you're hot or whatever the case may be. But after that, they're done with you. If you have any problems, if you have any injuries, if the team starts having buyer's remorse, hey, the agent, don't call me. All we want is our fully guaranteed money. Pay me. Pay me. That's all they're worried about. And as much as people were talking about Jerry Jones, don't you think for a second that David Mulugeta loved the Dallas Cowboys. David Mulugeta don't care nothing about the Dallas Cowboys. He don't care about the Cleveland Browns. He don't care about the Miami Dolphins. He don't care about the Los Angeles Raiders. The only thing he cares about is the bottom line. And Michael Parsons said, I'm riding with my agent. I'll never fire David Mulugeta and all this stuff. No, I'm sorry. If there was a year that if I were Michael Parsons, I would have been so hyped up to be with the Cowboys, it was this year. The depth the Cowboys had added at the edge rusher, the depth that they had added at the linebacker position. You could tell the Cowboys were going to be better. And even if the Cowboys had not got Kenny Clark, how long had I been saying, I believe the Cowboys are going to go get a defensive tackle? They did, unfortunately, at the expense of trading him because of the way this stuff went down. But again, Jason Whitlock is on to something.
He just got himself traded to the Green Bay Packers. This is not it is not in the best interest of Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons just did what's best for David Mulugeta rather than what's best for Micah Parsons.
Now, guys, I waited, and I didn't say anything. I'm happy for Michael that he got what he wanted. But what Whitlock said there, I wanted to say, because but if I had said it, if I said Michael Parsons, the same thing Jason Whitlock said, Michael Parsons did what was right for David Mulugeta. Michael Parsons did not do what was right for Michael Parsons. He just told you that. I have been saying that, and I still hold on to that. Michael Parsons in that clip that you heard said, no, that's my dog. Jerry Jones is my dog. We talk all the time. And when things got south, I told you guys right here, Mike Parsons needed to jump in and say, hey, let's stop this. I'm going to be here. Let's work on these numbers. And I guess that did not happen. I also must say that I feel so bad because I should have jumped in. I don't know what I could have accomplished, but I should have jumped in. But I believe what Whitlock has just said. I believe that's gospel. And I believe Michael Parsons was going to make a lot of money and do a lot of.
You want to know why this isn't major news? Because it's Jason Whitlock. That's the only reason why this isn't major news. And we'll see if it comes up this week. This isn't major news because it's Jason Whitlock. Hallelujah. I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't make this prognostication so soon. I wouldn't. To say that Michael Parsons is going to wear a gold jacket before 40 years old, man, there's a certain level of success you have to get that kind of credentials. We don't know what his trajectory. I mean, a lot of people are talking about his trajectory. Don't include his trajectory with Reggie White. Now, if we want to say hallelujah, I respect what you're saying. You're just saying you think he's going to be Hall of Fame. Okay, I can live with that. But what I can't deal with is when people start talking about he's on the same trajectory as Reggie White. That's banana crazy. That's banana crazy. He is not on the same trajectory as Reggie White. He is not. And we don't even know at this point what the Green Bay thing is going to even look like. We don't even know. And this league got a strange way of humbling people. It has a strange way of humbling people. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care what anyone says. You couldn't have got me to go to Green Bay. You could not have got me to go to Green Bay. Jordan Love ain't good enough. Man, you hating on Dak Prescott. Jordan Love ain't even in the same conversation as Dak Prescott. There is no way I'm going to a team where Jordan Love is the quarterback. Not if I'm talking about winning Super Bowls. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. But I know why he probably likes Jordan Love. Jordan Love is a little closer to his age. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. But we're going to see. But I'll tell you this. The question becomes, as you said, hallelujah, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Well, I can tell you this. Randy Moss is in the Hall of Fame. Randy Moss is in the Hall of Fame too. Terrell Owens is in the Hall of Fame too. Tell me how many Super Bowls they have compared to Michael Irvin. I'll wait. Tell me how many they have. It is not about being the best player as people try to make it. It's about the mentality of the best players that make the difference between them and anybody else. I'll take Michael Irvin. I'll take Michael Irvin. And you can call me crazy, and I don't have no problem with anybody calling me crazy. I'll pick Michael Irvin over Randy Moss. I'll pick Michael Irvin over T.O. every single day of the week and 3 times on Sunday. I'll take Michael Irvin over Calvin Johnson. Oh, that's saying something. I'll take Michael Irvin over Calvin Johnson The only wide receiver that would be a question for me taking them or taking Michael Irvin over them is Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice is probably the best wide receiver ever. When you think about his mental toughness, when you think about what he brought to the game mentally, when you talk about the work he put in, when you talk about how much of a technician, the hands, the sneaky, scary speed, Jerry Rice was a monster. And I would still have to have a very, 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 very deep discussion about taking him over Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin's mentality separated him from every wide receiver in the game. Every wide receiver in the game. Michael Irvin is not Hall of Fame because he's better than T.O. He's not Hall of Fame because he's better than Randy Moss. He's not faster. He's not bigger. Might have been stronger. He's not faster. He's not bigger. He's not as exciting. He was none of those things more than T.O. and Randy Moss. I'll take him every single day over those wide receivers. Every single day. Not just because of his talent, his mentality. That's what gets you Super Bowls. Talent will get you the dog. Man, talent will get you the Hall of Fame. There are so many players in the Hall of Fame that never won anything but games. I'm going to tell you how I feel about it. I would rather not go to the Super Bowl. I would rather not go to the Hall of Fame. If you tell me I'm going to win multiple Super Bowls, you can keep that Hall of Fame. You can keep your Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame is an individual accolade. I don't want that. I want the ultimate team accolade. Championships. Playing for no doggone Hall of Fame? No dang Hall of Fame gonna get me. Man, I'm trying to win Super Bowls. That's why I'll take Michael Irvin over any of these people. Any of them. And it is going to be yet to be seen. I'm sorry. What's the big deal about Michael Irvin? What's the big deal about Micah Parsons going to the doggone Hall of Fame? How many non-Super Bowl winners are in the Hall of Fame? I don't want to go in the Hall of Fame like Micah Parsons. And we'll see. It's yet to be seen if he's going to win a Super Bowl. And I'll tell you this, the expectations is he better win a Super Bowl in the next 4 seasons. Because he's 26 years old right now. He'll be 30 years of age by the time he gets done with that contract. It don't get easier after that. It gets harder. He better win one now. He better win one now, I'm telling you. We are overselling this man. I don't want you to undersell him. I don't want you to undersell him. He's a great pass rusher. I don't want you to undersell him. We just got to stop overselling him. Because if he's going to Green Bay to get a Super Bowl, well, doggone it, he is about to be one of the best players I've ever seen in my life. Because he's going to a team that the quarterback isn't as good as the quarterback he left. The defense minus Kenny Clark. We don't even know if the defense he's with now, minus Kenny Clark, is going to be better than the defense he left with Kenny Clark, with James Houston, with Sam Williams, with Dante Fowler, and with Donovan Ezeraku, and with Matt Eberflus running the defense. We don't even know if he's going to be better than that. I'm telling us there is so much riding on this. There is so much riding on this. Shoot, y'all, man, I'm telling y'all something. Boy, it's amazing to me how people think this man about to go to Green Bay and he's about to elevate a team where the players on the team are not even better than the players that he left. Tell me the wide receiver on Green Bay that's better than CeeDee Lamb. Tell me the wide receiver that's better on Green Bay than George Pickens. Tell me the player they have on the Green Bay Packers that's faster than Kevontae Turpin. Tell me all these things. I don't even think we know what we're saying. We got some people that are so doggone Micah Parsons drunk that this man is supposed to take this team all the way to the Super Bowl and he never did it in Dallas. Miss me. Miss me. Miss me. It ain't possible. Miss me. He gonna need a lot more than 12 or 13 sacks in a season. Trey Henderson has already proven even 17 and a half sacks don't get your team. It don't even get your team to the playoffs. It don't even get your team to the playoffs. Paul, we are in love with sacks. We will pay a man $47 million a year for sacks, but not Super Bowls. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. But again, Michael Irvin, this probably will not get publicized like this because it's Jason Whitlock in the conversation. But this is a bombshell that he's releasing. Even Michael Irvin agrees. Michael Parsons did the deal that was best for David Mulugeta.
Things will look back ultimately and say, I lost a home.
Yeah.
I lost a home with a real owner. A home that can give me a relationship beyond my playing days.
Yep.
Whatever I want to do beyond my playing days. Not to mention his $100 million podcast had he stayed with that star on the side of his helmet. Now he's at a team without any owner. So how can you build that kind of
true Cowboys fan, I didn't see that.
You play for the Green Bay Packers who don't even have an owner. Who you going to build it with? You see what I'm saying? I'm going to let it go right there. Because people start acting like, I'm just salty. And I am. Just a little. I'm headed down to Miami. I'll keep you guys abreast of what's going on. But I can't do too much. I can't talk too much. Can't say too much. Because I told these Miami players that we must focus in to get this crucial win. And I didn't want them to see me on the sideline in Colorado, even though they know I love Dion. They would have picked up, the players would have picked up some kind of thought. After the game, they'll see me out here in North Carolina.
I appreciate Michael Irvin. Bombshell, and nobody's going to talk about it, but it's a bombshell. It is. And if people are honest with themselves, Micah Parsons, I don't understand the loyalty to an agent. Your agent works for you. I'm not loyal to an agent. My agent works for me. I'm not loyal to him. No, I'm not loyal to him because I understand that he's here for the money too. Stop saying that Jerry was all about the money. What is David Mulugeta about? The love? Stop it. Stop it. Boy, we fool ourselves with nonsense. We fool ourselves with nonsense. But it's a powerful exposure. Yeah, let me clarify. Walter says Pickens' agent is Trayvon Smith. Yes, it's Trayvon Smith. It is not David Mulugeta. George Pickens. Let me tell you something about George Pickens. I believe Jerry is going to shock the world. I believe Jerry is going to shock the world. I believe Jerry Jones is going to pay George Pickens somewhere around $28 to $30 million a season. And not only is he going to pay him $28 to $30 million a season, Jerry Jones is going to try and get George Pickens done during the season. I don't think he waits to the end. I think he's going to try to get George Pickens done within the season. I think Jerry Jones will continue to do things that is going to keep the morale of this team up. He's going to try to sign Ty Smith. I will not be surprised if Ty Smith gets signed right before the Philadelphia Eagles game. Brandon Aubrey is going to be signed at some point, I guarantee you very soon. Jerry Jones is going to prove to everybody that Micah Parsons was the issue because, again, look at all the other deals that I got done early. Cavante Turpin, Jake Ferguson. Now we got Deron Bland. Ty Smith is in the cooker. Brandon Aubrey is in the cooker. Jerry Jones is going to get those deals done, and then the one that's going to blow everybody's mind, watch him get George Pickens done before the end of the season. Watch what I tell you. Jerry is about to make it his business to get these deals done. He gonna make it his business. He gonna make it his business. Jerry is about to prove so many people wrong. Gun One Live said, hands down, we still have plenty of other pass rushers. I've made this point, and people just, they poo-poo it. He says that we have gone from a bottom-of-the-barrel run-stopping defense to an all-around better complete defense. See, Gun One Live, let me tell you what people don't understand. People don't understand that you can still get better even if you let go of a player that you may deem as your best player. See, people don't understand. When you are talking about elite players, and Micah Parsons, we can all, if you can't agree on this, I don't know what else to tell you. But let me tell you about elite, difference-making players that people discount. Micah Parsons is not the man. And this is the part this generation don't get. And this is no knock on Micah Parsons. But I can tell you, and anybody else will tell you this if they're being honest. Micah Parsons right now is not the man Reggie White was at the same point of his career. He wasn't the man that Reggie White was. Reggie White was a leader on the field, in the locker room, off the field. Reggie White was an incredible man. Point blank in the story. He was an incredible man. You people don't understand. It's not just the talent. Talent, when you talk about talented players, talent is extra. There has to be something that separates talented players. It can't be just one more sack. It can't be just one more tenth of a second. This is why people got mad when I started talking about Donovan Ezeraku compared to Micah Parsons. No, I'm using the thing that we can use right now as it applies to Donovan Ezeraku. We haven't seen him in the regular season, but I'm just talking about the potential. When I look at Donovan Ezeraku and I start looking at things that divide them, Donovan Ezeraku is better at some things than Micah Parsons. He is. The question is, but we gotta get him on the field and see exactly what he is, because I still believe that Matt Eberflus and Brian Schottenheimer held Donovan Ezeraku back. They didn't want him in the preseason with all of his technical moves, with all of his chop suey, with all his spins, with all his dips. They didn't want him doing that. You don't want Donovan Ezeraku overexerting himself in the preseason. You don't want him showing people everything he has in the preseason. Brian Schottenheimer has been saying this. No, I don't want to show people everything. I want to catch some people by surprise. And you watch what I tell you. Donovan Ezeraku is going to look a whole lot better than people think. Because people have looked at him in the preseason on a handful of snaps. And you know what they're saying? Oh, man, he ain't even as good as they say he was. What? Stop it. This man didn't get bad overnight. No. The Cowboys didn't want him to do that. You watch what he looks like now. Watch what he looks like going into the season. This man is going to unleash. No, Donovan Ezeraku, one of them. I'm telling you, he is one of them. And for somebody to say that he ain't an elite player, he wasn't an elite pass rusher in college? Boy, I don't understand some of the stuff we say. I don't understand some of the stuff we say. It's crazy to me. All right, guys, let's switch gears. I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. All 880 y'all, I appreciate you. My man Poopy D up in this thing. What's going on, Poopy D? All right, let me show you a couple other things. Another thing that shocked me is the Drew Pearson conversation. I ran across this the other night and I was just like, what? Drew Pearson? This is where Drew Pearson is on this thing with Micah Parsons? I got to admit, I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked with Drew Pearson's opinion on this. Let me let you hear Drew Pearson on TMZ.
The initial thing that I think about is we lifted a distraction out of the locker room, out of this football team. And again, now we can start concentrating on getting ready instead of quit talking about Micah Parsons. Because the thing I was concerned about, Mike, is just his problems, his concern, his negotiations filtered into the locker room. And now the other players are talking about that instead of talking about what they need to do to get ready for the season opener. So that was my main concern.
This is the part that people don't get about this whole Micah Parsons thing. It got to the point of no return. And you're going to see by Brian Schottenheimer's explanation and by Dak Prescott's explanation, this team actually got tired of the Micah Parsons discussion. They're all relieved. They're all relieved and they're ready to look at the Philadelphia Eagles. And they don't even, in the grand scheme of things, this thing with Micah Parsons, they were ready to get rid of it. You can tell by the way people are talking. They were ready to get rid of it. They are so happy for Micah Parsons, but the part that people don't understand, but they're also happy for themselves. They were ready to get rid of this man. And what Drew Pearson is saying is so true. And some of these Micah Parsons apologists, they would rather this team be tore up, terrible locker room, distraction after distraction. It would have been a distraction after distraction the entire season. Next, it would have been Jerry Jones signed Micah Parsons too late. Micah Parsons is going to get hurt when he goes out on the field. If Micah Parsons wouldn't have performed in the first couple of weeks, it would have been Jerry Jones' fault. And if Jerry Jones hadn't held him out, and if Jerry hadn't done this, and if Jerry, it'd have just been week after week after week after week. And this was going to be non-stop. Micah Parsons was becoming bigger than the team. And nobody wants a player like that on your team. I don't want that player on my team. I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good he is. I don't want that mess on my team. We're all about football. We don't want to. Not only do we got to worry about this mess, then we got to worry about his podcast revving back up. We got to start worrying about the stuff he's going to be saying in the podcast again. And for some of us who say, well, that's not a big deal to me. Well, you're not in the locker room. If it's a big deal to my team, I'm listening. And I'm not going to try to diminish my team by saying stuff like, yeah, man, well, y'all just need to live with it. This is the age we live in. Man, I ain't listening to that stuff. Man, we trying to win championships. We're not trying to get ratings on no doggone podcast. Do that after the season is over. Do it after the season is over. Do it after football. But I ain't got time for it.
And you don't know with the actions of Micah Parsons, the way he's laying on the table, walking down the tunnel, eating nachos before the game, and looking disinterested and all that. We don't really know how that seeps into the locker room and with the players and their mentality and their approach to.
It is amazing to me that people who talk about they played this game. I don't know what mentality that they played the game with. And I'm not even talking about anybody in particular. But when you hear a championship, Hall of Fame, wide receiver talk like this, it's the same stuff I was saying. I may not have played college football, but I know some things about team building. and how you look to your teammates, how you respond to trials and tribulations, it's everything. It's everything to me. It's everything to players. It's everything. And when they see you able to handle trials and tribulation and you don't crumble under pressure, they look at you as a leader. When you start doing dumb, ignorant stuff, man, folks will walk by you and say, oh, yeah, I understand, it's cool. Man, they go home and they tell their significant other, they tell their husband, they tell their wife, they tell people in their family, can't stand that dude. It's all about him. I'm tired of it. We'd be better off with him. We'd be better off without him. Man, people get tired of that stuff. Drew Pearson is saying, boy, y'all don't understand. Y'all trying to make this man into a leader. Did I not tell y'all 2 weeks ago? The stuff that I was seeing Micah Parsons do, I said the same. I said it in a different way. I said he could play on my team, but he could never be a leader here. Not with me, he could never be a leader. Micah Parsons is the kind of person that he's on your team, you almost feel obligated to vote him in as a leader. You feel obligated because the owner is saying because the money he gets paid, he's got to be a captain. They're putting that kind of pressure. They're putting peer pressure on people. When you get a person like that out of your locker room, everything just falls into place. This thing with Micah Parsons, Drew Pearson is saying something from a championship level. Darren Woodson has said this same thing before. Man, you can't be talking about this stuff, talking about you want to win championships. This team had become all about Micah Parsons and his contract. It's the best thing they did. It was best for both parties. Part ways.
And so Mr. Jones sees all this. Schottenheimer sees all this.
Yep.
And they have to make a decision.
Yep.
You know, do we remove this distraction or we keep dealing with it and let it continue to be a distraction? So they had to make a move and they had a buyer out there. And Mike, this kind of reminded me of back in the day with Mr. Gil Brandt, the late Gil Brandt, Hall of Famer. You know, when he made a trade with some of us veteran players, you know, he would send us to Green Bay, Seattle, you know, places like that. You know, so this kind of reminded me of the old days. At least they're not in the conference. I mean, in the division, they're in the conference, but Mike is going to have to buy a coat. He's got enough money. He's going to have to buy a fur coat to be dealing with that weather in Green Bay.
Yeah, he's not going to like that. So, Drew, is it? And it almost, I feel crazy for even asking this because of how good of a player Mike is. But is it addition by subtraction then because of the effect that he could have had on the other players? As we're about to start the season in just a matter of days here.
Yeah. You hate to lose a player like that. Everybody's saying, you know, generational talent and all this. And I'm looking at his stats, 63 games, and he had 52 sacks in 63 games. I mean, He is a generational talent. But Mr. Jones had to make a decision between we and me, okay? The we is the team. The me is Micah Parsons. So he went.
Let me tell y'all something that Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin and these Dallas Cowboy players were trying to explain in the Netflix documentary. Me and Poopy D were having this discussion, you know, not personally, but me and Poopy D, we were having this discussion in a live. And I made a comment about Emmitt Smith. Do y'all know that Emmitt Smith was actually not a generational player? Emmitt Smith's mentality made him a generational player. Nobody said that Emmitt Smith, coming out of college, was a generational player. Nobody said when the Cowboys drafted Emmitt Smith, he was a generational player. They even talked about this in the documentary that Emmitt Smith told Michael Irvin as a rookie, I want to be the greatest running back to ever live. And I think he said, I want to have the most rushing yards of any running back ever. Something in that conversation. It wasn't just his talent that got that. It wasn't just the offensive line that got that. It wasn't just Jimmy Johnson that got that. Emmitt Smith's mentality was different. Different. Michael Irvin. Who was calling Michael Irvin generational? Tell me. Tell me who was calling Michael Irvin generational. Tell me. Tell me who was calling Troy Aikman generational. Nobody. I got news for us. Nobody was calling these players generational. They became generational. Not because of their talent only. They were explaining this to us over and over and over in the documentary. And I still say this is the part that Jerry Jones was missing. Jimmy turned his teams into generational teams, which output some generational players that if they would have went to other teams, they wouldn't have necessarily been generational. The only player, well, I'm not going to say the only player, but the first player that comes to my mind that the Cowboys actually got that was generational was Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders. Everybody knew Deion was generational. Everybody knew. Everybody knew that this man was a generational talent. Football, baseball, same season. I mean, the stuff that Deion was doing was just dumb stupid. The stuff that he did at the combine is stuff of legend. Dumb stupid. This dude was legendary. There are not many people, and we throw this legendary and this generational, we throw it around so quick. And did you notice what Drew Pearson did? He went to the stats and he said, yeah, man, 63 games, 52 sacks. Generational talent. But is he a generational player that when you say he's on the field and when he's off the field and when he's in the locker room, is he making a difference on all three levels that elevates a team to a Super Bowl level? That's what these Cowboy players were trying to explain. They kept saying, and I'm still saying they had a super team. But they're saying it wasn't the super team. It wasn't the talent only. They're saying it was the mentality. It was the brotherhood of having each other's back, holding each other accountable, brother to brother, and it was us against the world, and Jimmy turned us into ravenous dogs. This is the part that Jerry has been missing for 30 years. Jerry has not been, there have been teams that Jerry has had that has been good on talent, even great on talent. But where Jerry keeps failing is he's never been able to build a team. And it looks like Brian Schottenheimer is about to get him the closest that he's probably been in 30 years. It's the mentality. And that's what even Drew is explaining. It is not just the talent. Because if it was about talent, you never trade a player like Micah Parsons. But if you're talking about the mentality, you have no problem trading a player like Micah Parsons. You just don't. Drew Pearson just said it. It was not about we, it was about me. Michael Parsons did that. And he's been showing signs of it the past 2 years. I don't care about 12 and 13 and 14 sacks. I'm not only looking at who those sacks are against, I'm looking at the times that they're happening. I don't care about no 12, 13, 14, 15 sacks. Tell me the impact that you're making on games that's actually elevating us to another level, rather than when we come to you, all they do, double team you, chip you, run at you, and you disappear in games. And are you pouting on the sidelines? Are you pointing fingers? Are you saying it's not my fault? Are you saying I just want to win? Bro, this is a team game. You played a part in the team losing just like anybody else did. But we want to also, I'm telling you, there is a difference in talented players and championship level players that make a difference. I am telling you something. Ray Lewis was a force of nature. He wasn't just talented on the field. He was a field general. He was a leader of men. Even though he had that incident, around in his rookie year, I believe it was. But after that, he was exemplary. Ray Lewis on, off the field. General.
The we and hoping the team get rid of this distraction and move on from this deal. And
yes.
Let's talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. So it was between me and we, and Mr. Jones went with we. And I don't have any problem with that. This is a team sport. Mike, you remember the great Lawrence Taylor, how bad he was?
I'm a Giants fan, Drew, yeah.
All right, me too, growing up, right?
Yeah.
But he had Harry Carson in the middle. He had Brad Van Pelt.
Yep.
Who is it? Marshall, defensive tackle.
Leonard Marshall, yep.
Leonard Marshall. He had people around.
Hold on a second. Dana Jet, let me address what you said. Okay, Jordan Love is good. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know Dana, sister, brother. Dana, if I'm paying you what I'm paying Jordan Love, no, you can't be good. No, you can't be good. I'm not paying you that kind of money to be good. No, you better be great. You better be MVP finalist good. I'm telling you, you can't be just a half a season for me to pay you that kind of money. Jordan Love may be good, but he's not better than Dak Prescott. He's not better than Dak Prescott. I got a feeling. I got a strange feeling. Michael gon' live to regret some of these things he said about Dak Prescott. See, a lot of people are always trying to write Dak Prescott off. You're going to find out something. That grass is not always green on the other side. You keep on thinking that Jordan Love is better than Dak Prescott until you get over there with Jordan Love, and then you're going to figure out some things. And again, let me focus back on Drew Pearson. Did y'all catch what Drew Pearson said? As he's talking about Lawrence Taylor, did you notice the positions that he's talking about that made the difference for the Giants? The defensive tackle position. Go back and look at a lot of great Super Bowl teams. It wasn't the edge rusher. It was the defensive tackles. It's the defensive tackle play. That is what wins championships, and nobody likes it. The defensive end position is sexy. The defensive tackle position isn't sexy because it may not get you the sacks that you want, but it will cause you to get the sacks that you want. It causes the quarterback to make the mistakes. It causes games to swing. It stops the run game. It makes teams one-dimensional. Drew Pearson is a wide receiver. He's talking about defensive tackle play. Yeah, that's how you win championships.
Him that let him be himself,
Yeah.
And so with Micah, he's got to get the right people around him. And I don't know if that happens in Green Bay. It didn't happen here in Dallas.
Yep.
But you know what else? We also stockpile the defensive tackle position or the defensive line position just in case something like this happens.
Yeah, right. And again, obviously you've added a Pro Bowl player too, and you've got the first round draft picks next 2 years. Drew, I know Michael Irvin.
Pure Gaming said he'll take Jamar Chase over Michael Irvin. Know what I mean? Now, if you're talking about pure talent, maybe. But if you're talking about how they contribute to games, Michael Irvin is stuff of legend. That entire Cowboys team will tell you Michael Irvin was the driving force of that team. Troy Aikman already made it clear. Troy Aikman wasn't a vocal leader. Troy Aikman didn't become a vocal leader until after Jimmy was gone. Michael Irvin was the driver of those Super Bowl teams. He drove those teams. Ain't no way. I'm not taking I can't think of a wide receiver I'd take over Michael Irvin. Jerry Rice is the only one that would be in the conversation for me. Because the thing I'm trying to explain, Irvin had something that was extra. It was above the talent. It was the mentality of Irvin. And that's what, even when you start talking about, people don't understand when you're talking about true elite players, guys who absolutely come in and change franchises, watch their mentality. Just watch their mentality. Watch how they are leaders of men. They're leaders of men. I'm telling you, people don't understand. G. Jacobs, this is not hating on Micah Parsons. It's telling the truth. If you don't like the truth, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like the truth, I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. As I've said from the beginning, Michael Parsons shares some responsibility in this, and that's exactly what Michael Irvin pointed out. They both got in their feelings. I don't care what percentage of it that you say who's to blame, but Michael did something that you should not do. You should not be discussing business with the owner. Period. In the story. And again, Drew Pearson is saying this, not me. Have you noticed? This is what I've been telling people, and I posted this on X today. Why do we act like people don't have eyes in their head? Why do we act like that people don't have brains to think? Stevie Wonder could see that Michael Parsons had made this all about him. He had made it all about him. Pouting, all the stuff that Drew Pearson explained. He made it about him. It was no longer about the team. It was about me. And I'm telling you, it was the best decision they made for both of them. Let him take himself over to Green Bay. If he want to be the team at Green Bay, go over there and be the team. There is no I in team.
I think he said it crazy, stupid move, something like that. I'm sure it's a polarizing move, and you've got people on both sides here. What is the talk amongst all of you legends? I don't know if you've talked to anybody else. What are the guys saying?
You know, we would have said, like back in the day, especially if you're under contract, you know, you had no
mixed matches. I'll take them Super Bowls over there.
You know, these guys got a little
but I ain't mad at
you. And I don't know how Micah was able to create his leverage to get what he wanted, the new contract and the trade, because he requested a trade, you know, when things weren't working out. But, you know, back in the day, we succumbed to the ownership, okay? Yeah. You know, I remember I held out one year. I didn't hold out. I was talking about holding out, okay? And then when I got to Dallas, you know, knocked on the door and Steck Schramm, come here. You want to get this contract done? I said, yes, sir. Go back into the meeting room. That night, the contract was done. Did I get a raise? No.
Appreciate you, Ramilia. Okay? He said, great stream. Just come up on it by accident. Appreciate you.
They not only get the contract, but they have the power and the ability maybe to go to a better franchise, a franchise that's competing and will compete for a Super Bowl title, a conference title, and stuff like that. So he had some leverage. But we, back in the day, we had no leverage, you know. Yeah, please don't cut us. Please don't trade us.
I was going to say, how often, Drew, do you sit around and say, man, I wish I was born later, when you see him sign a $188 million contract as a defensive lineman?
You wouldn't know me, Mike. I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'd be on the beach somewhere spending that money. working on this tan.
That's great. So, Drew, bottom line, are they a better team now going into this season? Are they a worse team? What do you say to the Cowboys fans who feel like this season has now been lost before it's even started?
They don't believe how toxic this is.
Uh-oh. 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 I'm ready for this answer. I haven't even heard this. I'm ready for this answer. Uh-oh. 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 What is the message that Drew Pearson has for the Cowboys fan base? Boy, let me hold us in suspense. Let me read some super chats that I hadn't read yet. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a second. Gregory Rodriguez, he said elite pass rushing, but no run stoppers. Yeah. Elite pass rushers, but no run stoppers. Cowboys of Green Bay. Man, I'm loving what the Cowboys did. Randy McIntyre said Michael disappears at 40 degrees or below. Ooh, you know what? Somebody else said this same stat, Randy McIntyre. I appreciate y'all super chats. Mr. Whisper, he said $5. He said Cowboys. Appreciate you. Man, let me tell you something. Boy, I have not heard what Drew Pearson is about to say. But I think this answer he's about to get is powerful. Hallelujah said, that's your opinion as a fan, though, G, not as a player. I was just stating my opinion. To some players, the Hall of Fame is ultimate. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not hating on you. Again, I'll tell you this. Ask players who have won the Super Bowl. Ask them which one would they rather have, the Super Bowl or the Hall of Fame. Ask them. The Hall of Fame, to me, is a consolation prize if you never won a Super Bowl. It's a consolation prize. The Super Bowl is the ultimate prize. It's the ultimate prize. The Hall of Fame should actually be a result of being a champion in a sense. But the Super Bowl, it is the ultimate prize in sports. I want Super Bowls. I don't care. And I'm gonna tell you, depending upon your position, the Hall of Fame is going to be automatic if you pretty much win the Super Bowls. It's going to be automatic. I'm focusing on Super Bowls. I would not want to get to the end of my career and not have a Super Bowl. I don't care if you gave me the Hall of Fame. Something would be missing to me. Something would be missing. I couldn't do it. The whole thing for me is the championship. Remilia, he said, Brother G, let's be honest, the Cowboys and Jerry Jones haven't been about Super Bowls since Jimmy Johnson players left. Now, I'll disagree from this standpoint, Remilia. Jerry was all about Super Bowls in 94, 95. Jerry had to prove he could win a Super Bowl without Jimmy. The problem was since 95, Jerry has been trying to win Super Bowls his way. It's not that he don't want to win the Super Bowls. He's been trying to win them his way. And the problem is, it hasn't worked. If you look at the Netflix special, this is why I push back on people who say that Jerry Jones don't want to win. No, Jerry actually proved something to me that's actually comical. Jerry has always been trying to prove that he does have a football mind. That's all he's been trying to prove. Jerry's been trying to prove that he has a football mind. You remember what he said? He could coach the mess out of those Cowboys that Jimmy took to 2 Super Bowls. Troy Aikman said in 1994, Troy Aikman said that after Jimmy left, he said it was strange. Barry Switzer came in. Barry Switzer was kind of just laid back, just kind of watching the practice from afar. This man, and I was blown away that Jerry actually let this into the Netflix special. That Jerry Jones had on t-shirt, had on the shirt and the shorts like Jimmy and the rest of the coaches were wearing, with the hat, out there, hands on knees, talking about, let's get it. Come on. He was out there trying to coach. Jerry's problem isn't that he doesn't want to win. Jerry has even a worse problem than that. Jerry wants to win his way. That's been Jerry's problem for 30 years. Man, you don't hire Bill Parcells and not want to win the Super Bowl. You don't hire Mike McCarthy and not want to win a Super Bowl. The problem is you want to win the Super Bowl your way and it's not working. But it looks like now that Jerry is going to step back a little bit. And I believe he's going to give Brian Schottenheimer a window to try to do it. I think he's going to step back a little bit. He's going to give Brian Schottenheimer an opportunity to try to win it. We're going to see how this all turns out. But I can tell you this, everything I'm seeing right now, I think Jerry's on the right track. Poopy D, you think Green Bay's defense is better than ours? We're going to see. We're going to see. We're definitely going to see. D said, I don't know why we got to tear down Michael now to feel better. D's, we're not tearing down Michael. Tell me where, of all the people we've listened to, we've listened to Tom Pelissero. How is tearing Michael down telling the truth that teams was like he's good at everything? He's a jack of all trades, but a master of none. That we don't feel comfortable paying him $47 million to just be a pass rusher. Do we not realize that's what Tom Pelissero is saying? How is Michael Irvin tearing Micah Parsons down, telling the truth? That Micah Parsons did what was good for his agent. How was Drew Pearson tearing Micah Parsons down by telling the truth? That Micah Parsons had made this all about me rather than the team. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see this. It is absolute fact. And the thing that was crazy to me is that there were people that were egging this young man on to be the distraction for this team, all because he wanted a contract. He was a distraction. You don't have to tear him down, D's, because when we get to the portion, I appreciate y'all rocking with me at 1:49 in the morning. When we get to the portion with Dak Prescott, even Dak Prescott is going to speak to exactly what Jerry said. You can tell what Jerry said, D's, was absolutely true. It was unanimous. The front office wanted him gone. If there was anybody that wanted him here, James Slater reported it. The very man that people are tearing down is the man who wanted him, Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was doing everything he could do to keep Micah Parsons. The front office didn't want him. The team didn't want him. They were tired of the distractions. They were tired of it. Don't nobody want to see a man that's supposed to be a leader on your team. He's supposed to be this generational player. Generational player don't equal generational leader. Nobody want to see this mess that Micah Parsons was doing. Whether me and you like it or not, these people are all telling the truth. I'm not tearing Micah Parsons down. Micah Parsons is an elite pass rusher. If we want to say he's a generational pass rusher, we can say that. I'm not going with the Reggie White. I'm not going with the Reggie White comparisons. I'm not going with the Lawrence Taylor comparisons. I'm not going with those comparisons. Comparisons are the robber of joy. How about we let this man be his own man? How about he not be the next Reggie White? How about he not be the next Lawrence Taylor? How about he be Michael Parsons? How about we let him be that? To me, that's tearing him down. Let's stop trying to compare him to people that he actually doesn't compare to. Let's let him be Michael Parsons. Let's let him play longer than 4 years. Let's see how Green Bay turns out. Let's see how it turns out. Rather than, oh yeah, we turn him down. No, people get mad when you start being objective. No, he is what he is at this point. He is what he is at this point. And I'm telling you this, based on what some of you are saying, as far as the Micah Parsons apologists, well then, I've already seen what some people said, that the Green Bay Packers have a better defense than the Dallas Cowboys. Then tell me what excuse they have not to go to the Super Bowl with Micah Parsons. Tell me. Because some will tell you Matt LaFleur is better than Brian Schottenheimer. Some will tell you they have an equal or better wide receiver core than the Dallas Cowboys. Some will tell you they have a better running back core than the Dallas Cowboys. Some will tell you they have a better defense than Dallas Cowboys, especially with Micah Parsons. Then don't come crying when the Green Bay Packers don't win more than one more game than they won last year with Micah Parsons. Tell me what your threshold is then. Because if Micah Parsons is a generational player, he's going to a team that's better than the Dallas Cowboys, then you tell me, what's your expectations? They were 11-6 last year. What's your expectations? Tell me. I would love to know. What are your expectations? Tell me. Because I can already tell you what people are saying the Dallas Cowboy expectations are. Trash. They'll never win another game without Mike. They'll never even go to the playoffs again without Micah Parsons. The Cowboys are going to regret letting go of Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons was so good. He's the reason why they had those 12-win seasons, even though last year with Dak Prescott not playing, it was amazing to me how Micah Parsons, you could almost tell he was going out of his way to prove that he was going to carry the team all the way to the playoffs. Only to be crying against the Cincinnati Bengals. Because there is no edge rusher at the end of the day that can carry a team like a quarterback. I don't care how good he is. Point blank in the story. It's not tearing him down. It's just telling the truth. And we're going to close the door on this tonight. This is the very reason why I'm having this stream. Because have you not noticed what all of these people are doing? They're doing the same thing I'm doing. We're going to get all the rest of this stuff out because we're closing the door. Everybody you're going to hear, they're all telling you the same thing. They're closing the door on Micah Parsons, and they're glad that he's gone. They're not telling y'all he's a bad player. Drew Pearson has admitted, and it's strange, he looked at the games versus the sacks. He's not looking at the context. He's not looking at the impact. He's not looking at none of those things. He's just looking at the numbers. And that's what we base this stuff on, just the numbers. He's not saying he's bad. He called him generational, okay? He's generational. But we don't have to put him with Reggie. We don't have to put him with LT. He's generational. Let him stand on his own name. This is the one thing that messes up the whole LeBron James versus Michael Jordan. LeBron James and Michael Jordan are two different types of players. And both of those players are great. But what separates one from the other is the mentality. And if you ask any player or most players who ever really played this game and have played with both of them, they will tell you who they will pick based on mentality. Heck, some people throw Kobe Bryant out of the conversation. And there are people, they'll tell you they'll take Kobe Bryant over LeBron James. They're not telling you that he's better than I don't even think they're telling you he's better than Kobe. I think they're telling you they like the killer mentality of Kobe. This is all people are talking. This is all they're saying. They're telling you this man was doing some things that were not leadership quality things. They're telling you he's selfish without saying that he's selfish. Point blank, that's what Drew Pearson is saying. Let's get to this answer. What is the message that Drew Pearson has for Dallas Cowboy fans who are saying that the Dallas Cowboys are going to be nothing without Micah Parsons?
Pickens in here, that's going to make a difference. I hope CD Lamb out. Ferguson's a progress right now because I think
You say to the
Man, you're 62 and you run circles around 35-year-old guys. How do you get in such great
Cowboys fans who feel like this season has now been lost before it's even started?
Let's just say they're a work in progress right now because I think the offense is going to be okay. You know, we got Pickens in here. That's going to make a difference. I hope CD Lamb out. Ferguson's a really good tight end. We brought in Miles Sanders. The offensive line, you know, Guyton and Smith, those guys are syncing together. So I'd say work in progress because we don't know what it's going to look like on the defensive side.
Did I not say this before I played this? I didn't listen to this thing that Drew Pearson said. I just saw it. Did I not say the same thing? Offensively, can you really get much better other than maybe if you wanted to upgrade at the running back position right now, it's probably the position that you could upgrade at. But this offense is pretty good. It's the defense we got to see what it is. And that, let me tell you what's so crazy about people. People who were saying the Cowboys were going to be 7-10, saying the Cowboys are going to be 6-11, or crying over Micah Parsons, basically saying that even with Micah Parsons, we were going to be 6-11. So what you crying for? What you crying for? There are people who are already saying we were not going to win. Man, oh, they ain't going to win more than, they're going to be 3-14. What you crying for then? The Cowboys going to miss the playoffs. Explain to me what you're crying for again. If you were not going to make the playoffs with him, then what's the big deal that you don't have him? We don't think. Drew Pearson is saying the same thing I said earlier. Cowboys are going to be fine offensively. Dak Prescott is this team is going through Dak Prescott again. The thing that I want the Cowboys to do is to continue to work on the defense if they can. I think Kenny Clark is a great upgrade at defensive tackle. The edge rushers are good enough. We got to see what they're going to look like on the field with Matt Eberflus. How does he use them? But I'm going to tell you the thing that's going to make the difference on this team, and people don't even understand it right now, but you will understand me on Thursday. The linebacker play on this team is going to be better than it's been in a decade. Matt Eberflus is the linebacker whisperer. Our linebacker play is better. Our linebacker play is going to be better because we are deep at this position for a change. When you add that up with Clark and Osa Odigizua and the way Matt Eberflus has his linebackers playing, the defense is going to be better automatically. And that was going to be with Micah Parsons, and now it's going to be without him. You watch what I tell you.
Football offense will be okay, but can that defense get the ball back for our offense and give our offense good field position when they do that? So that's what we're going to have to see, and the onus is on the defensive coordinator who just came in from the Chicago Bears, Elberfluss. I can't even pronounce his name, but you know who I'm talking about. So that's a challenge for them. The challenge is really on the defensive side of the football. The offensive side is set, you know? They're set. Even Schottenheimer's been involved with the offense for the last 2 years, so he knows the personnel very well. But on the defensive side, let's just say it's a work in progress at this point.
That's it.
And nothing here says to you, Jerry can't do this anymore. Jerry needs to step down. This was a huge screw up by Jerry Jones. This was a situation where Jerry was forced into I got to pick the Cowboys or I've got to pick one player, and he picked the Cowboys.
Yeah, but, we can't, if we're in his shoes, we don't, we know this is a tough decision. But I also know Mr. Jones thoroughly investigated this decision.
There it is.
Not between him and his son and people in that offense, outside the office, here and there, other people around the league and stuff like that, because that's what he does as a great businessman. And so, but he just still couldn't get this solved. And I know that's a crawl that sticks in his belly, because he's the deal maker. He thinks he can get this done. He did it with Dak. He strung him out. He did it with CD, strung him out, but he got those deals done. And I know this has got to be a disappointment to him, no matter what they say, that he did not get this deal done. And we lose a great player because of that. So now it's up to everybody else to step up and make Mr. Jones look like the Hall of Famer he is. Hey, this is the headlines in Dallas. Can you see that?
What's Parsons traded? Wow.
That's front page.
Shredder McGavin, appreciate that super chat. He says, so dude didn't get us a Super Bowl for 4 years. But he's Green Bay's savior. Come on, man. Kenny Clark all day, baby. Yep. Can't do it by himself. Nobody can. And this is why what they're trying to do now is build a team. And not one player can be bigger than the team. And Micah Parsons, whether we realize it or not, Micah Parsons had become bigger than the team. Micah Parsons had become bigger than the team. This whole ordeal, he had become bigger than the team. Gabe said, I guess they switched agents then because of Micah Parsons' soap opera. Same move on their part if they want to stay in Dallas and get a better deal. I don't think it'll matter anyway with Jerry. Yeah, I do think that as it pertains to this, it won't be a problem getting these other guys done. And I think the reason why it won't be a problem getting those guys done, they're not asking for $47 million. They're not asking for $47 million. They're not trying to be. And some of these players, the only one that I could see trying to be the highest paid player at his position is Ty Smith. Ty Smith, he's the only one I could see. And he might not even go for that. Man, let me tell you something. When you look at the state tax, in some of these places versus staying with the Cowboys, when you look at the cost of living versus going to these other places and staying with the Cowboys, when you start weighing out all these things, you quickly figure out it ain't worth leaving. And I'm sorry, but this was the year the Cowboys had really put a lot around Micah Parsons. They had really put a lot around Micah Parsons. I think Micah Parsons, I'm not sure he was going to get the same amount of sacks, but I think this was going to be his best year with the Cowboys. I did. I think this was going to be his best year, even if he didn't have as many sacks. I thought it was going to be his best year because he finally had a team around him. He finally had linebackers. He got Oso Digizua. He had other edge rushers opposite of him. He had a defensive coordinator that could, kind of figure out ways to stop the run. I really thought it was going to be better. I already thought the Cowboys, even if it wasn't going to be Kenny Clark, I'd already thought the Cowboys were going to get a one tech. I did. I already thought they were going to get one. But I just think this would have been the best year for Micah Parsons. He'd had all that help around him. But again, okay. If we're saying that Green Bay is all that in a bag of chips, well, then I'm telling you, for me, it's no excuse. Green Bay should go all the way to the Super Bowl. If Micah Parsons is that kind of player, they should go all the way to the Super Bowl. Robert Paulson said you can't compare White versus Parsons. White was actually a generational talent. I believe so too. But again, we got to see his whole career. And this is why I even say, I don't even place Micah Parsons on the trajectory. People don't understand. 70 sacks versus 52? That's not the same trajectory. That's an entire season different. You're talking a difference of 17 and a half sacks. That's not the same. That is not the same. When you look at Reggie White's impact, when you look at how good the NFC was at that time, when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles versus the NFC at that time, man, this man was killing it. Reggie White was killing it. No, they're not the same. There's no problem with him not being on that level. Why do we have to put him on that level? This is people's problem. Let the man be his own man. Why do we have to compare him? Don't compare him. Let him be who he is. I don't want to be the next Lawrence Taylor. I don't want to be. If I don't want to be the next, fill in the content creator. I don't want to be the next that content creator. I want to be me. No, I don't need you comparing me. I want to be me. That's who I want to be. People say he, him. No, I don't want to be him. I want to be me. That's who I want to be. I don't want to be him. I want to be me. And that's why you start getting, that's why when you start talking about comparisons, and then because you start talking about comparisons, and then people start saying that you're hating, because then you have to talk about how this player is not what this player is because of this, that, and the other. And then people get out in their feelings because you start realizing that you're actually not comparing apples to apples. You're not comparing apples to apples. People get all in their feelings. It is what it is. All right, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I hope y'all got y'all coffee. We still rocking tonight. We went through 3 segments. Let's get to this segment with Dak Prescott. I think Dak Prescott is sending a strong message to Cowboys Nation. And it's amazing to me. Man, you know, y'all forgive me. And any media members, I guess they're going to have to forgive me too. I can't. I struggle with some of the questions they ask. Why do you keep asking these players about Micah Parsons? Are you wanting one of them to break and say, we're devastated? Is that what we're doing? Do we want Brian Schottenheimer to say, man, the team is devastated? We're going to have a hard time playing the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't even know if we'll be able to make it past 6 games this season. I mean, we're going to have to get everybody on the team a therapist. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do. Jerry made the biggest mistake of his life. What are you wanting the team to say? I struggle with these questions. It's like somebody losing a loved one and you walk up to him at the funeral and you go, hey, are you sad about the loss? What? Yeah, you sad about the loss. What are you wanting somebody to say? Nah, really, I couldn't stand him. I couldn't stand her. They made me mad all my life. So when they went to the grave, I was glad. What do we want people to say? I don't understand. Some people, they're doing their job. How are they doing their job? I don't get it. Poopy D, my man, he said, I just hate all of a sudden he a cancer in the locker room. Poopy D. Nope. It's not all of a sudden. Poopy D. Wasn't it Malik Hooker 2 years ago that first started complaining about his podcast? This was 2 years ago. Poopy D. Brian Schottenheimer let us in on something. He said, this was not an overnight decision. James Slater reported 2 years ago the front office wanted to get rid of him. They were willing to shake him then. And that's why even James Slater said the Cowboys, if they were going to trade Micah Parsons, they should have did it in 2023. And people are asking, well, why didn't Jerry get rid of him before April, before the draft? For everybody tearing Jerry down, he's not the one that really wanted to get rid of him. It was everybody else. They wanted to get rid of him. He didn't just become a cancer. The reality is, man, let me tell you something, Poopy D. I don't know if you've ever experienced this before. But have you been around somebody that everybody know this person is a jerk? They may be good. They may be good at something. But the reality is everybody knows they are a jerk. but because this person has such a domineering personality. Because this person is the kind of person that will even put you on blast if you try to confront him. And this person that is a terrible person, people like this person. So people become afraid to really speak out on this person. But then when that person is on the brink of leaving and the management starts going to people saying, well, what do you think about him? You know, this, that, and the other. And then everybody is shocked because everybody all of a sudden starts saying, I can't stand him. How do you feel about him not being here no more? I love it. We're better without him. I've experienced this multiple times at places. Poobie D, I got news for you. He didn't just become a cancer. There were already rumblings of this. But because Micah Parsons is so outspoken, because he was doing things on his podcast, Micah Parsons was literally shaming his own teammates on his podcast. We know he was. We know absolutely he was. But he's such an outspoken figure. And the media, they loved him. Some did. They loved him. They were even advocating for some of the stuff he was doing. When you get a person like that, people get afraid. Because when I think it was Malik Hooker, wasn't it? When he spoke out against him, everybody immediately came down on him. And even Micah Parsons tried to, well, if he had a problem, he should have came to me and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes people don't come out on people like that because they're afraid to. Even Michael Irvin. Did you catch what Michael Irvin did, Poobie D? Why did Michael Irvin say he wanted to do it, but he didn't? But it was after Jason Whitlock said what he said. Then Michael Irvin gets the gumption and says, yeah, I agree with Jason Whitlock. Michael Parsons did what was best for his agent. Man, this is the part that people don't get. I call it the dirty underbelly. No, Poobie D. It's not that he just became a cancer. It's just the fact that it's just now coming out. But that problem been there. When T.O. started acting up in Philadelphia, we were just finding it out. He had been a problem in Philadelphia. And fans, they're fans for a reason. They're fanatics. Fans will tolerate stupidity because they think the talent level is so high that we will win Super Bowls with it, not understanding it don't matter how great your talent is. If you're a distraction to your players, you're pulling down the mentality. And it's the mentality that helps you win with the talent. We don't understand this stuff. Calvin Richards said the Packers were ranked number 5 last year in defense. Parsons should make them better. Calvin Richards, can I ask you a question? How much did Kenny Clark contribute to that? I'm just laughing. You know, it's amazing to me that people are basically saying that Kenny Clark was trash, I guess. That Kenny Clark leaving the Green Bay Packers, they're not going to miss a step. In actuality, I guess his replacement is either better than him or equal to him. We're going to see. We're going to see. I'm excited for this on Thursday. Let's switch over to Dak Prescott again. Lost in Translation podcast, he said Parsons hinted at leaving when he was talking about joining Kansas City. Lord Nova in the crib, what's going on with you? But I want you to notice the trend here. The trend here is that you're noticing is that all of these people are turning the page on Micah Parsons. And we're going to turn the page too. Because come Monday, all we're talking about is the Cowboys and the Eagles. That's all we're going to be dealing with all the way up until Thursday. We're not going to be dealing with Micah Parsons. But I do think some of the information that I've given you is some good information. To hear not just how these players think as we get to Dak Prescott, but to hear how people, Tom Pelissero, Michael Irvin, Drew Pearson, stuff that they're revealing about this. And now we're going to hear Dak Prescott. And I want you to watch Dak Prescott's demeanor. I'm an unofficial body language person. And people can tell me anything they want to. But these players, they look relieved. They look relieved. They absolutely look relieved. They are so ready to move on beyond this. Let me read something from Chase Govia real quick. Chase Govia said, Kenny Clark played on a broke toe all year last year. Chase Govia, let me tell you something. When you play with a bunion, when you play with a bad bunion on your toe, boy, you want to talk about grit. You want to talk about the fortitude it takes to play every week on that, and this man finished the season? Imagine what this man is going to be healthy. Let me tell you something, man. We writing off. And everybody, it's amazing to me how we use this like reverse. We say what other people are doing, but we're not saying what we're doing in return. We're literally saying that Micah Parsons was so good that the other players on the Cowboys are going to be trash without him. That Kenny Clark actually really isn't that good. That the Cowboys are, if they were going to be bad before, they're going to be terrible now. We're writing off a whole team because of one player. I just don't think we're hearing what we're doing. But you know what? All this going to come out in the wash. It's going to come out in the wash. And we're going to see at the end of the year. Because I'm going to tell you something. I got a strange feeling. The fourth game of the season will not be the last time we see Green Bay. I believe the Cowboys will see the Green Bay Packers again in the playoffs. I think they see them in the playoffs. I do. They're going to see them in the playoffs. This is going to be an epic battle between the Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers over the next 2 to 3 years. All right, let's check out Dak Prescott. I believe Dak Prescott sends a very, very strong message of where he is on this. And I think that Dak Prescott is doing the same thing all these other people are doing too. They're closing the door on these discussions. And the reason why they're closing the door on these discussions is that people get so sensitive about them. Michael Parsons divided the fan base. This fan base is still divided over Michael Parsons. We got people talking about leaving the fan base over one player. It's crazy to me. Let's check out Dak Prescott. Let's see what he has to say about this.
Surprised? Yeah, I was. I can't say I was completely surprised. But I definitely didn't think he was going to get traded. I'll say that. But just with the way that their negotiations went down, obviously, to some extent, I mean, hell, y'all were asking me questions. It seemed like it got personal on their ends. So that's why I wasn't surprised. But yeah.
From a team standpoint, is it a disappointment? Do you just we're better, or how do you look at it?
I mean, we added a great player.
I can't stand. No offense to Clarence Hill, I don't like these questions. What are they expecting Dak Prescott to say? Team devastated, man. Team is split down the middle, man. Man, we can't even focus on the Eagles because of Micah Parsons. Did we get better? Shoot, we got worse. What is he supposed to be saying? I struggle with these questions.
Obviously got some picks for the future. I'm not going to say we're better. We've got to go out there and prove it. We'd have to prove it even if he was on this team. So I'm not going to say that by any means. But I know adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that's going to.
Ooh. You heard what he said? I'm not saying that we're going to get better. Let me rewind something for you that he said. And I'm not, I'm not saying he's saying anything bad about Micah Parsons. But I want you to hear what he just said about Kenny Clark.
We'd have to prove it even if he was on this team. So I'm not going to say that by any means. But I know adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that.
adding a true leader like Kenny Clark, a real man. Those are some strong words. Let me hit you that again.
I mean, we added a great player. Obviously, got some picks for the future. I'm not going to say we're better. We've got to go out there and prove it. We'd have to prove.
Skull Unknown, I believe you would appreciate. Dak Prescott didn't make the speech saying we're going to the Super Bowl. He said we got to prove it on the field. But the next part.
Prove it even if he was on this team. So I'm not going to say that by any.
Even with Michael here, we had to prove that too.
Means, but I know adding a guy like Kenny Clark, adding a true leader, a real man that's going to only elevate this team, who's been a Pro Bowl player and is excited about being here. I know our focus right now is Philly. I think that's everybody's focus in that locker room. I don't think anybody's hung up on that. As I said, there was enough news and enough media about it. I think as much as anything, it's good that a solution happened. And obviously, Micah got paid very well, and great for him and his family. And we'll see him here in about a month. So. Just honestly glad that I can't say glad, but yeah, glad that we're moved past that and everybody seems happy because of it.
Are y'all hearing what I'm explaining to you? I've been explaining to you now for 2 hours. Dak said this team, no, they're not devastated. They're glad. They're glad that it's solved. They're glad at the outcome because I'm telling you, this team knew this had went too far. They knew this wasn't going to be right even if the Cowboys signed him. They're glad. They're glad. I tried to tell Ed Water this. Bro, these are grown men. They got contracts to worry about too. They're not going to be sitting up sulking over Micah Parsons. They're so glad to get past this stuff, they don't know what to do. They want to get past this stuff. They're glad. And Dak had to catch himself. He said, I'm glad. Well, I'm glad. I'm not saying I'm glad, but I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad this nonsense is out of the building. Nobody wants to admit what I've been saying for weeks. Jerry and Michael both are at fault because they both were dealing with each other on a personal level, and it got personal. Nino Brown told G Money in New Jack City, always business, my brother, never personal. Dak Prescott even said it earlier, don't make it personal, when he was talking about the whole negotiation thing, and they made it personal. Calvin Richards said, I think the media is more concerned about Parsons leaving than the Cowboys are. Calvin Richards. They are a part of the reason of why this is like it is. You're exactly right. The media has fueled a lot of this. And I think what happened to the media, Calvin Richards, that really has blown their minds is that the fan base isn't agreeing with them. That a lot of the fan base is agreeing with Jerry. And I was telling people, I've been telling people on X, bro, y'all missing it. I've been seeing people on these live streams. I've been seeing people in my comments on videos. I knew even before this happened, there were so many fans that they were done with Micah Parsons. A lot of people don't understand. This isn't new. People have been saying this since last year. We just were not listening because we didn't want to hear it. But Dak Prescott is telling us something, man. They have moved on. They have moved on past this. Daniel said, gee, I showed my father that Kenny Clark interview yesterday, and he was pumped up. Man, I was too. He said we got ourselves a true leader on our defense, and he said he's going to be a true force on that defensive line. Hey, Daniel, isn't it amazing that Dak Prescott said we got a true leader? He said we got a true leader. He said we got a grown man. We got a grown man. Lost in Translation said, I think Michael acted up on purpose because he heard footsteps coming from Boston College. Well, Lost in Translation, there's certain people, they don't want to hear that. Lost in Translation said the replacement was on the way. I said the same thing. Better get paid now before easy becomes a known commodity. See, and people don't understand, lost in translation, what a replacement is. A replacement don't mean that a player is necessarily better. A replacement is what it is, a replacement. And while he may not be better, the team may be better with the replacement. Those are two different conversations. I may be your replacement and I may not be better than you as a player, but the team may be better with me, because with me, all the other players step up. But with you, all the other players kind of shy back because they say, you got it. No, you got it. It's all about you. You got it. You're the superstar player. But when you're not the superstar player, now other players. It's, again, the Patrick Ewing theory. All right, let's listen to more Dak Prescott. I believe Dak Prescott is dropping some bombs up in this thing.
Alluded to it a little bit, but if there wasn't resolution, I guess, would that have been hard?
And y'all still would have been asking me whether he was playing in a couple of days or when he was going to be. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if nothing would have been done, we'd sit here and y'all still would have been asking me whether he was playing in a couple of days or
distraction.
When he was going to be playing, that would be a lot more of a headache and distraction than getting a solution to it.
Distraction. Dak is saying it straight out. Distraction.
Michael, yeah, we just shared messages right.
We're going to get YouTube Premium this week.
Right after. Wished him good luck.
What does it mean for you as a leader? Does it change much in terms of your voice, your leading voice on this team and moving on?
Not at all.
Dak, with the timing.
Walter, let me tell you something. Boy, I got a strange feeling Ty Smith gets done this week. I got a strange feeling.
Of the trade and everything, what was the message to the guys, given that you guys have a game in just a few days against the Eagles?
My message to the guys?
Yeah, immediately after the trade.
I mean, I don't know if there was a necessary meeting or things needed to be said or handled or had. I mean, it was a very public issue that everybody could look on the internet or ask somebody or ask one of y'all and get a lot of intel or feelings about it that, like I said, it's just good to be past it. And as I said, both parties are happy.
Probably not surprise you, but you get picked by your teammates to be.
Do y'all keep hearing what Dak is saying? He's saying, bro, we kind of knew this was coming. We really kind of knew this was coming. Brian Schottenheimer said something that is so powerful. This was not an overnight decision. They've been talking about this. Let me read some comments. 70 Bo. I agree with you. 70 Bo says, I bet this brought them together even more. I agree. I think it did too. I think it brought them together even more. Calvin Rich, appreciate that super chat. Calvin Richard said after that stunt he pulled on the sideline sleeping and with the nachos, he said, I was done with him then. Yep. Super Watcher 79, he said Dak finna shoot a shot at Michael, though. I think he's basically saying, man, we're not missing it. We glad he got his money. We glad he gone. True Cowboys fan said, no, Dak, you wasn't surprised. They had a talk with you before they traded him. Yep. Sure did, True Cowboys fan. I 100% agree with you. And it was unanimous. It was unanimous. It was. Daniel M., I agree with you. Dak is answering. Boy, he's answering concise too, isn't he, Daniel? Straight up. Hallelujah said they asked Olsen Bland about Micah too. Shaking my head, media annoying. Oh, yeah. Why ask these guys these questions? Miss Major said reporters are there to ask probing questions, basically to be annoying. I'm sorry, Miss Matrix. I be struggling with this stuff. I can't do it. D.L. Jefferson said, yeah, Clarence be tripping with his questions. He does. Hey, lost in translation. Y'all caught what he said? He said, we got a true leader. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said, we got a true leader. You caught it too, didn't you, Deion Jefferson? He called Kenny a true leader. Super Watcher, you heard it too, didn't you? A real man. I'm sorry, get my buttons mixed up. I'm sorry. 70 Bro says CMC. I'm sorry, this is what he's saying. Y'all caught it. Daniel, you caught it. Kenny Clark is a real man and a true leader. I'm just telling you. Lou Dog, that's the point I'm making with this stream, though. See, he's ready. Dak is saying, bro, we moved on, but y'all keep talking about it. I'm pointing out how people have moved on, but there are people who won't stop talking about it. And because they won't stop talking about it, then you have to mention it. No. Bro, the man is not here no more. But they don't want to hear it because they're mad that he ain't here. They mad that he ain't here.
One of the captains, just what does that mean to you?
Yeah, something I don't take for granted. It means a lot, one, just to get back to the year-long captains, getting to put the C on my chest. Something that I always, before I got to the league or, when I was a kid watching this game, used to love watching the quarterbacks and the players that had the C on their jerseys, understand what it means. But, to be selected as that and really to be one of the 6 selected, I think just that number growing. And I don't know if Schotty alluded to it, but he initially said like 3 or 4, and then the number doubled pretty much. And I just think that's a credit to each and every guy on that group and being picked by their peers, and just means they're handling business, doing things the right way. And as I said, something I don't take for granted, and move forward each and every day with a lot of responsibility because of it.
What's the benefit you gain from having gone through it against Tampa Bay when they got their banner and all that kind of celebration before the game, that you're going to see that now here on Thursday, that you've been through this, you kind of know what to expect? What's the benefit of that? What do you tell the guys? Like, what is that weight like for kickoff?
Yeah, focus on the game. Focus on the game. I mean, we're here in Dallas, and there's usually a lot of good pregame festivities here too. So you just got to focus. Got to focus on yourself. Pay attention to your keys. Keep reminding yourself of those type of things, and everything else is just a distraction. So just be focused, and I'll be something that I guess I'll be doing and attending to during that time, right, when those things are going on, is keeping the guys locked in, making sure they're with their coach or their players, staying loose, and feeling good about their approach and us starting the game fast and not sluggish because of it.
As a captain, and certainly you were a leader before you were named captain.
Data everywhere, and not an insight.
We're getting YouTube Premium this week, y'all.
Some of these young guys were close. Certainly, guys on defense were close with Micah. How do you get them to divorce from those feelings and focus on, we got to get ready for Philadelphia? And I don't know what the locker room is feeling right now. Once again, from what I got from the Philadelphia locker room, I don't think there was needed a talk or lifting guys up over the divorce or feeling down about themselves. I mean, or about the situation. It's a business, and I think a lot of guys in that locker room know that, have felt that to some extent or not, and I just think that was just another realization of it, of this is a business. And hell, if anything, I hope it was a wake-up call to some guys, right? Like, this is for our life, and every day you come in here and you approach it as it is for your life. We're blessed to play a game for a living, so the locker room have seemed upbeat. The ping pong games have still been going on, and we're focused on Philly. Life goes on.
Dak, what kind of example does Deron Bland give to the younger?
I'm just saying. They're basically telling people that, guys, we're not devastated. We're not devastated. We were kind of expecting this. And where it was going, I believe a lot of them, they all agreed this move was best for all parties. If Michael would have got signed, it would have never been the same. I told y'all the story before. It's like when you cheat on somebody or somebody cheat on you. The relationship is not the same. And if you stay in that relationship, the amount of time it takes to get that relationship back right, a lot of people don't make it. A lot of people don't make it. Some people say you might as well go on and break up. I'm telling you, They all agreed this was best for the team, and it was. Miss Matrix says, speaking of Dak, is it just me or does that Solomon dude give Dak's little cousin? Thought I was seeing double. No, Miss Matrix, they need to check their DNA. I think they might be brothers. They may have the same father. I mean, Solomon Thomas and Dak Prescott, they almost look alike to me. They almost look alike. True Cowboys fan said, Dak says he's happy and glad. True Cowboys fan. You could tell how this team seems to be a lot more relaxed now that this is over with. It's a lot more relaxed. Wolf King 8090 said Jerry would build a wall for Dak and make this defense scary strong. Wolf King, I think that's what they're working on. I think they're going to continue to tweak this defense and try to make this defense better. Miss Matrix, you're right. Can you blame him? It's been exhausting. They're all relieved. Heck, I was relieved. I'm still relieved. And I'm so excited going forward. And I'm saying tomorrow, but it's actually today. When I live stream later on today, oh, man. It won't be no more Micah Parsons stuff for me. The next time we talk about Micah Parsons will be when we play them in the fourth game. We'll be talking about Micah Parsons that week because we're going to be talking about what has he done up until that point. We're going to be talking about all those things. So that's the next time we'll talk about it. But going forward, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's all Cowboys and Eagles. All Cowboys and Eagles. We're going to be looking for all the stories we can find on this. I've already been doing some research trying to figure out kind of like what Dak Prescott has looked like when he came back off injuries. So try to get a feel for what we can expect, but each year is different, so you never can tell. But I'm ready. I think it's going to be this is one of the best games the Cowboys could have ever played for the first game of the season.
Your guy's a fifth-round pick to get paid like he did today.
Yeah, proud of him. Super deserving. Guy that just comes in each and every day. Not your most talkative guy, but leads with his action, leads with his approach. One of the easiest guys, if you're trying to figure out what should I do here, look up and see what DB's doing, and I guarantee he's going to lead you into the right direction. So that's a huge statement for those young guys. You don't have to be a rah-rah. You don't have to open your mouth and say a lot, but you have to focus and do your things and bring others along, and he's been doing that.
What are your young guys on the offensive line, and Thomas and Booker, your confidence level, and then going into week one?
Yeah, very high. I go back to Nate just in the offseason, as I've alluded to before, of working with him and the rehab process, understanding how athletic he is and how talented he is, and then just him getting that opportunity and got his mind right for it, and he has taken advantage of every snap and every rep that he's gotten. So, super, super confident in him. And then Booker, you can turn on his college tape, turn on tape of him already in the league, preseason or whatever it is. It's a true professional. He's young, but he's a professional, and no doubt that he's going to go out there and be ready.
What have Schotty been building this offense all offseason? How excited are you to put it on field finally?
Yeah, very excited. Very excited. Hell of a game plan that we started off with, obviously just a day into it. But super excited. The way that he's approaching this thing, him, the whole coaching staff, the way that we're going to attack these guys, a lot of excitement.
How do you think your rapport has grown with George Pickens from, let's go back to when you guys went on the vacation, you and all the receivers and other, to where?
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this
one of the things I'm excited about, and we'll talk about this more during the week. But one of the key matchups to this game is Philly doesn't really have what you call premier edge rushers. I mean, they let go of Josh Sweat. They let go of Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham, however they let go of them. But the issue with the Philadelphia Eagles is their interior defensive line. Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. And then they got Moro Ojimo, Ty Robinson, Thomas Booker IV, and Byron Young and Gabe Hall. They have a crazy rotation within their interior defensive line, and that's where they cause you so many problems. That's where they cause you so many problems. And this is one of the reasons why I am so excited. The Cowboys have Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Ty Smith. I believe Cooper Beebe and Ty Smith are two of the best in the business. I think Tyler Booker is going to be very, very good. And when you look at the edge that they have, they replaced him They replaced their edge rushers with Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, Bryce Huff, and KJ Henry. I'm not as concerned about their edge guys. I'm not as concerned about the Philadelphia Eagles edge. I think Tyler Guyton, him and if Nate Thomas have to come in, I think they'll be fine on the edge. Booker, BB, and Smith. Those guys are great. I think we're going to be able to handle the Philadelphia Eagles defensive interior line. I do. We are more prepared than we've ever been, or more prepared than we were, especially last year, to handle that Philadelphia Eagles interior defensive line push. I'm telling you, man, we way overvalue this edge rusher thing. It's the middle for these guys. And I'm so glad because now we got a middle. I'm not saying that we're world class. But, man, I feel real good about having Oso Digizua and Kenny Clark. I'm loving it. I like our chances.
Yeah, I mean, from day one, he made it easy. I mean, he's a guy that gets open. Big target, runs hard, plays like a team player. So whether it's the run or not, he's doing his job. And it's been easy, and it's only gotten better and better and better. And that's really because the player he is and the buy-in that he's had into this offense. And whether it's learning more and asking for more because he's mastered that. Super excited to have another guy like that out there.
Does this put more pressure on you in the offense?
More pressure?
Losing Micah, yeah. Not that you could have any more, but do you feel that?
No, not necessarily. We got to go out there and do our job, regardless. We got to trust our defense in doing theirs, and so can't say more or less.
You got asked about this in Oxnard, but
let's be honest. This team was always going to roll through the offense. But I pray that Jerry Jones changes this. I pray that Jerry Jones actually goes out here and gets more defensive ammo. I really do. I absolutely do. I hope Jerry Jones goes out here and gets more defensive ammo. Don't be done with this defense until the trade deadline. Tweak it. When we get Demo back, Savon Revel Jr. comes back, we're going to be even stronger. But I still would like for the Cowboys, if they can, continue to tweak it. Continue to tweak it. Continue to try to make this defense. And I think, man, what if Jay Toya turns out and when you start getting, if we can get a similar rotation to how Philly does, because, again, they keep talking about multiples. So you might even see Kenny Clark at the 3-tech. He can play 3 and 1. I think he'll be predominantly 1, but I think they're going to have a rotation too, and I think they're going to try to keep their players fresh. Go Dodgers. He said our defensive line just got a lot better. Yeah, by getting the 1 tech we needed at the same time, getting rid of the liability to that defensive line. Win-win. Yep. True Cowboys fan. I agree with you. Dak is letting it be known he was ready for Michael to go. I agree with you. Don Pop Daughter, he said, G, you read my mind. I'm telling us. Miss Major said, honestly, G, I can't be on here without YouTube Premium. Miss Major said it's worth it. Lord Nova said, G, once you get premium, what you saying, Lord Nova? Once you get premium, you can't go back. He said you got to get it. I'm going to make sure I get it. I'm going to make sure I get it after tonight's show. Lord, he finished it up. He said, G, you don't go back. Okay, that's what I'm going to do then. I'm going to make sure I'm going to get that YouTube premium. I'm definitely going to get that premium. It's worth it. Especially if I'm going to be doing shows like this. Coyote, what's going on up on the late night, man? Cowboys After Dark. He said Michael was not a leader. You know what, though, Coyote? Let me tell you something. We got to own this about Micah Parsons, and I was talking about this yesterday. There are some things that we have to own about Micah Parsons. I think one of the things that we did Micah Parsons a disservice is that we are kind of responsible for allowing him to be a one-trick pony. Jerry tried to adopt him as his son. Jerry was allowing him to do or allowing him to play wherever he wanted to play. And I believe that the coaches kind of felt like you couldn't really play Michael where you wanted to because Jerry was in their ear saying, rush the passer, rush the passer, rush the passer, let him rush the passer. We got to own some of this. We did the same thing with Dez Bryant. We turned Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant was a beast. But I really think the Cowboys did him a disservice. They never worked with him on developing his route running. They never, it's like they didn't work on it. They didn't work on Dez as he got older, becoming a precise route runner. No, he was basically, to me, just running that bang 8 that Michael Irvin called it. You know, they would hit him on the slant, and maybe his slants were not as deep as Michael Irvin. They would either hit him on the slant, hit him on the go, or hit him on the jump balls. I mean, you think about how they used Dez Bryant. It was almost like they used him like sandlot football. But they never really worked on Dez Bryant to me, as in, man, this guy's extremely talented. Let's improve his game even more. Let's start working with him on various route combinations. I mean, you know, inside, outside, whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that Dez couldn't do that stuff, but it's strange to me that once Dez was done with the Cowboys, he was out of the league. A wide receiver that dominant? Micah Parsons can rush the passer. But what else did we really use him for? We got to own some of that stuff. And maybe when he goes to Green Bay, they're going to use him, and it sounds like they're already saying they're going to use him at linebacker. They're going to line him up all over the place. It's like we were afraid to do that. And some of it, I think, was because they gave him so much leeway, he just got to do what he wanted to do. I mean, Zimmer basically told him, hey, line up where you want to. It's like people were afraid to coach him. I think it was best for both. I think he may go somewhere now where they're going to coach him. And now we are at a point to where Dak, leader of the team, Matt Eberflus won't have the pressure of, what do I do with Micah Parsons? Everybody he's been coaching, he's already been coaching them. They're all going to be on board with the plan. The Cowboys are actually not going to have to change anything. Best for both parties. We got to own some of that stuff. And so again, I mean, if you're just listening to Dak Prescott, they're just all saying the same thing. We're glad we passed this, man. We're glad we passed it. And we're really going to be glad when y'all stop asking us about it.
Now that the opener's just a few days away, year 10, what's going through your mind?
I'm excited. I'm blessed. It's crazy just the way that you see. I've grown to see this game year in and year out, and where I am now to the way I'm viewing this game plan with the game plan that they're putting together. Experience is just the best teacher, and super thankful to be in year 10, super thankful to get here and to be healthy and in this position, and excited just to go out there and show the work that I've put into this thing.
What's the most important part of facing, to be ready for when you're facing a Fangio defense?
Yeah, the most important part is they're good, they're sound, they don't do a lot. So you've got to be disciplined. You've got to be fundamental. You've got to be, as a quarterback, great with your eyes, understanding when to move people, how to move people, and we've just got to come out and throw the first punch. He's obviously Super Bowl winning team. He's been a successful DC. He's had success against us and myself. So it's about us going out there throwing that first punch, understanding that we've got to be their aggressors because they're confident in the few things that they do.
I think the big thing is, I just explained it. We're going to talk about it more this week. The Philadelphia Eagles are actually the epitome of what it requires to win a Super Bowl. Superior interior defensive line play. Superior. I mean, we're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles literally had elite play at the defensive tackle position. There's a reason why they were willing to let Josh Sweat go. The Philadelphia Eagles have allowed pass rushers to get away from them. But what they have done a very good job of is interior defensive line play. It's incredible when you think about it. When you push that pocket back into the lap of that quarterback, he act different. He does. He acts different. He don't have the time to stand in that pocket and read like he wants to. Now you force him, rather than throwing to a receiver, he may just try to throw it to a spot. And when he throws it to a spot that he can't see, pick. The Philadelphia Eagles, boy, they really put a burden on you up the middle. And this is one of these games where I truly believe a player like Jaden Blue, a player like Avonte Turpin, that can get to the outside is what you really want to try to do on a defense like this, especially when you think about their defensive ends are nowhere near what they used to be. This is exactly what you want to do with them. So, no, you got to, what you do have to do is you better make sure that you have some dogs in that middle that can endure that ferocious interior defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm telling you, they're monsters. They're absolute monsters.
See Javonte Williams in preseason. What have you seen from him just in training camp and since you got to know him?
Yeah, just a true pro. Another guy that, whether it be in the locker room, in meetings, or on the field, doesn't say a lot, but is always doing the right thing, finishing the right way. I mean, seeing at camp when he gets the ball and you know he's going to finish to 30, 40 yards or whatever it is, and just practice and does everything the right way. Super, super smart. I mean, I call him valedictorian Tay. So, and that's what he is. That's not just a saying. I mean, he was a valedictorian. So, yeah, the guy's smart at running back and can make plays, and super excited for him to play. Super excited.
I think the Cowboys are really big on Javonte Smith. I mean, not Javonte Smith, Javonte Williams. I think they're really big on Javonte Williams. We're going to see what he is. Cowboys are really big on him. I'm telling you, too, I'm kind of interested to see what Miles Sanders looks like against the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm very interested. He may actually look pretty good. We'll see.
Excited, can't you tell?
So that first punch, a jab, a right cross, uppercut? What's the
jab.
First?
Start with jab always.
Jab.
Yeah. Set the.
I don't want the Cowboys to start with a jab. I'm going to tell you exactly what I want the Cowboys to do. I want the Cowboys to open up the game against the Philadelphia Eagles with a bomb down the field to George Pickens. That's the play I'm picking. I want them to go down the field immediately. Don't know. He said, "Happy birthday, little princess at work, working at Wolf King's daughter." Wolf King, tell your daughter we said happy birthday. Matthew he said Parsons wasn't worth the money. Disappears half season. Teams run at him. No playoff production. I'm gonna leave it there. I mean, I can show us where you're getting that from, but I think people would say you're hating on him. But 70 boy. He said, after today's interviews, the reporters should get the memo. I hope they don't ask another question about Micah Parsons' pass today. Daniel said, I think the Cowboys did the right thing at the end of the day. If you look at it, they would have extended Micah. They would have tied with Dak, Micah, and Lamb for the next 5 to 10 years. Yep, I agree with you. Daniel said, overall, this was the right move. I agree with you. I think it was too. I do. Gold Dodger said addition by subtraction, improve the defensive line and removing the liability to that. Tell me it's simple math. I agree. And that's what we're talking about tonight, man. We're moving on. Everybody you're hearing in these interviews, they're all saying the same thing. They're relieved the Cowboys are turning the page. They're not like some of the media is doing. They're not even faulting Jerry Jones. They're basically saying this was the best move. It was the best move. It was never going to be the same. It was never going to be the same. It wasn't. Daniel M. said, I'm glad that we were moving on and getting to see what we do with the MO of assets and cap room. Well, I can tell you this, they made good with DaRon Bland. I'm ready to see Ty Smith, ready to see Brandon Aubrey, and then we can move our sights onto some players out there in free agency. I'm going to tell you now, Daniel, I know some people ain't going to like this, but I can tell you this. Boy, if you could tell me the Cowboys could go out there and get Christian Wilkins dirt cheap, shoot, what? Boy, you won't talk about a defensive line that would be crazy. Gotta let him get. We gotta see what's going on with his mind game. But boy, I'd love to see if he could get his mind together. I'd love to see him be an addition to the Cowboys. I'm telling you, we can handle Charles Haley and some of the stuff they said this man was doing in meetings. I think we can handle. I think we can handle Christian Wilkins. Super Watcher said, "Why didn't the media and Green Bay fans say these great things about Michael after the playoffs?" Yep. Chase said they actually boo-booed on him when people compared him to Reggie White, and now they're all sharing the same post. Okay, I got to check that out. Yep. Shoot, Lost in Translation said, wake up call, talk to him, Dak. Yep. Shoot, Dak's spitting. Shoot, Dak's spitting, man. Straight up, Dak's spitting on this thing. Man, Dak, hey, man, we ain't devastated. We good. And we looking forward to that fourth game. Daniel said also, too, G, this sends a clear message to the rest of the team. If you do not show up and play at your best, then you're either benched or cut. Yeah, I love it. I love what they're doing. Demetrius. Nobody's giving Jerry credit for this. I brought it up. I said, there is something to me strange that I got to almost say that it seemed like to me that Jerry helped out Micah Parsons. Do we not understand the teams that if Jerry was really being vindictive, Jerry could have reached out to the worst teams in the league and traded Micah Parsons. Trade him to Green Bay? He really gave him an opportunity to still have a great career. Man, you mess around and trade him to the Jaguars, he done. You trade him to the New York Jets, he probably done. Shoot, you could have traded him to the Browns, he'd have been done. New England Patriots, he'd have been done. Tennessee Titans, he'd been struggling for the next 3 years. Jerry traded him to the Green Bay Packers. Demetrius, I'm sorry. There is a part of me that believes that Jerry Jones did this man a favor. It does. But Patricia, what's going on? She said it started with Bland. Cowboys for life. Peace. Yeah, I love what they're doing with Bland. I love the fact they did Bland. I'm waiting on Ty Smith. 70 boy, I've been saying it. It looks like a weight has been lifted off their shoulders. These boys are happy. Miss Matrix, that's all we doing. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we doing Eagles matchups. We're going to do Cowboys and Eagles matchups by position. We are going to be going. Now, no more Michael Parsons talk until week 4. No more Michael Parsons talk to week 4. But I do think it's amazing as we're kind of turning the page on this. I wanted you to hear how the players are turning the page on this. It's like the media expected the Cowboys to be devastated. They're like, bro, we got tired of this stuff. Y'all asking us about this every single day. Man, we glad. We're not necessarily glad that Micah Parsons is gone, but we're glad. We tired of this stuff. I don't blame him.
Reach.
What are your thoughts on the Eagles secondary? Got a lot younger. They had Deuce Slay for a long time. He's gone, and now it's a lot different back there. What are your thoughts on what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, once again, not a group that does overcomplicated things. But I'm confident in my guys. Respect and credit to them. I mean, they're Super Bowl winning group, and a lot of those guys in the back end are. Even if they've added someone new, they're going into a group of a lot of confidence, being a Super Bowl winning team that give them all the respect and credit. But I feel great about my guys and the guys in the perimeter and the plays that we're going to be able to make in attack.
How do you calm?
Now, Daniel, you're making a point, and let's deal with this for a second. It says, guess who the Eagles cornerbacks are when matched up with Lamb and Pickens? One of them is who the Cowboys know a lot, and the other is a second-year pro, Quinyon Mitchell and Adoree Jackson. See, let me tell you, though, what the Eagles are predicated upon. It's not their secondary play that's going to be the big deal here. Where the Eagles are the strongest is at their linebacker position and their interior defensive line. That is going to be the problem for the Cowboys. That's going to be the problem for any team that the Eagles play. Now, it's not like the Eagles are unbeatable. The Eagles were not really trending towards the Super Bowl until around mid-season. That's when everything, the Detroit Lions started being decimated with injuries. the Philadelphia Eagles started getting healthy. That's when they really kind of took off. But the problem with the Eagles is their interior and their linebackers. The safety play is pretty good too, but their corners, very suspect. You can eat their corners up. You literally should be able to eat their corners up. As long as Smith, BB, and Booker can keep that interior defensive line out of the lap of Dak Prescott, he'll be fine with those edges. He'll get time. He should be able to eat on the edges, eat on the boundaries. He should be able to eat. Linebacker play and safety play, though, they're pretty doggone good. Their safeties get quite a few turnovers, if I'm not mistaken. The middle of the field for Philly is just that entire middle. Tackles, linebacker, safeties. That's where they're dangerous. The perimeter, that's where they're vulnerable. The Cowboys are going to have to tack them. They are. They're going to have to tack them on those boundaries. They're going to have to tack them.
Yourself with a night game, but what do you do during the day before you have to get?
It's a long day. You better be calm or all that adrenaline is going to die out early. So a lot of different things. I'm usually look through, watch a little bit more film, look over my play sheet, maybe watch a movie. Obviously, get a lot of body work done during that time, and just really tell myself to relax. I understand that the importance is later, and honestly, being in this long enough, your body almost knows it at times. It preserves some of the energy, and so for me, it's about not fighting that. If I'm tired and relaxed well before, that's fine, because I'll be ready when it's time to go.
You mentioned last time that we talked to you that you do pregame breathing. Has that always been kind of a routine, or is that something you're doing?
Yeah, no, I can't say it's always been a routine. Obviously, I've known how important breath work is and practice and trialed it here and there, but that's something that, I've taken on this off season and done it every day before practice, I think, going back to training camp, and something that has gotten me just in a very peaceful place that I need to be before playing this game.
What's next on the movie list?
Movie list?
What's next on?
You got something? I need something for the plane for sure.
America's team, gambling is counting.
Oh, I've seen that. I'll watch that. Yeah, appreciate it. Miracle? Sunday.
Great interview by Dak Prescott. Great interview. Want to catch a few of the comments here. Miss Matrix said, is A.J. Brown still questionable? We'll check that tomorrow. That's a big deal, too. That's a big deal. But again, Lost in Translation is saying the same thing that I'm saying. As long as we can boogie in the middle, we are good. See, this is going to be the issue. Where they are the strongest is their middle. And I mean their middle. Interior defensive line, linebacking play, extremely good. Safeties. Where they're vulnerable is on the boundaries. And that's why I say, if I'm the Cowboys, the way you can open up this Philadelphia Eagles team, George Pickens. Let this man run straight down the field. If you can get him one-on-one, straight down the field. Straight down the field, bombs away. Make them back up and try to cover those wide receivers. Once you get them to back up, then you can open up your run game. You can start with Javonte and Miles Sanders. You can start pounding them. Once you get them backed up, you can start running some things with Kevontae Turpin. Once you get them to come up, then you can get some play action. Then you can hit them again. The Cowboys are really going to have to outsmart the Eagles. They're going to be good. They are going to be good. Demetrius, I was thinking the same thing about that hat. I was getting ready to look it up and my phone died on me. I was going to look it up while he was talking. Yeah, I want to see about getting one of those hats. Lost in Translation said, I bet you won't hear a peep out of Diggs for the rest of the season. And I bet you if you do, it's going to be nothing but positive stuff. He said he wants to still play for the Cowboys. Trayvon said he still wants to play. We're going to see. Daniel, if the Cowboys are considering extending Sam Williams and Trey Henderson, Trey Henderson is not going to be on the table. I believe the Cowboys are going to extend Sam. Sam will be cheaper. He's cheaper and he's younger. The Cowboys love their guys. They're gonna sign him. If they can, I think they're gonna sign him. Sweet Jones, he said, for real, need that premium. I gotta pay mine. Yeah, I'm about to get it, man. I'm about to get it. It's a huge distraction, especially when you're trying to show videos and stuff. Travis Beck said, Big G, I won't be surprised if we don't put up 40 on Philly. This offense has that power. We did it twice to Philly before with a lot less talent on offense with a healthy Dak, I trust. Travis Beck, I said the same thing. I think we have an opportunity to blow the doors off of him. Schotty hasn't shown him anything. Schotty hasn't shown anybody anything. We have a great opportunity to blow the doors off them boys. We do. Watch TV 69. He says Eagle, Chiefs, and Rams all had elite defensive tackles and all won big. Watch TV 69. Isn't it strange? We got teams who are going to Super Bowls and getting close to Super Bowls with elite defensive tackle play. And we're making edge rushers the highest paid defensive positions in football. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. It really don't. Miss Matrix said Javonte going to have to show me because I don't believe it until I see it. Well, I can tell you this, Miss Matrix. They are really high on this dude. They are really high on Javonte Williams. They are. He better do something. I'm with you. He better do something. I got to see it. They are high on him. Daniel said, Jim, we got Christian Wilkins on the cheap, which we'd have to. He better keep his hand. He better keep his hands to himself and play hard-nosed football because we don't need him kissing dudes on the forehead. Well, hey, we already seen some other film on what he's doing too. But I'm telling you this. Oh, I did not know this. Cullen Thornburg. Wilkins signed with the Packers. Oh, my. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I didn't know that. Boy, we going to have to see him. Oh, yeah, they signed him. Sure did. Christian Wilkins signs with the Green Bay. Ooh. Yeah, Green Bay going all in, y'all. Yep. Green Bay going all in. Yep, they going all in. There's no doubt about it to me. Shoot, these boys going all in, y'all. I didn't even know this. Check it out. They going all in. Christian Wilkins signs with the Green Bay Packers. Ooh, we going to have our hands full. With this dude in the middle and Mike on the outside, we're going to have our hands full. We're going to see. Well, it says here, if Christian Wilkins can prove he's on the right track, he should even be more of a team generation. One of the teams that makes sense to sign Christian Wilkins is the Packers. Let me see. Well, it said he signed him. Says he signed with the Packers, but it didn't say he would be a good. Wait a minute, this site might be false. It said the Dallas Cowboys are trading for Shedeur Sanders. What? It says the Eagles will sign Asante Samuel Jr. What? Okay, it says right here he signed with him. It doesn't say. Okay, let me see if I can find something else. Okay, we'll do more research on that. Let me see. Okay, we'll do more research on it tomorrow. Well, I'm talking about tomorrow. We'll do it today. We'll see we'll see if he's on the team. But yeah, that'll be a problem. That'll definitely be a problem. All right, so I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We've hit the 3 o'clock mark. So what we are going to do, let's listen to a few minutes. We'll listen to maybe about the first 10 minutes of Brian Schottenheimer, and then we'll call it a night, and then we'll resume the Schotty interview. We'll resume that today at 4:30. And then we'll listen to the Blend and also Diggy Zua interviews too. Miss Matrix said, yeah, Dak might, but our cornerback room suspect too. So with our new defensive tackle addition, if we can stop Saquon, Jalen might be hungry too. Let me tell you, hey, Miss Matrix, we'll talk about it more this week. I don't know if you're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you saw it. Looks like Trayvon Diggs is playing. So we're gonna have Trayvon Diggs, Kyrie Elam, and DeRon Bland. I like it. I like it. I do. I do. Miss Matrix, you tell me what you think. I like it. Daniel said, yeah, you're right, G. Their linebackers and defensive tackles are extremely talented, but the cornerbacks are suspect. That's their weakness. That's their weakness. If you can get the time to throw, you can carve them up. You can carve them up. You can. Lisa Worley, what's going on with you this late night? Yeah, you can carve them up. You can carve them up. D. Kizzle said nobody bigger than the program. Yep. Michael can tear your TYBA, tear your black. Oh, I got you. Tear you. I got you. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. So Pasta 8788 said AJ said he was going to play. Okay, we're gonna see. Danga said, yeah, I have a suspicion here, and don't get me wrong, but with only 4 wide receivers, do you think that Jerry's trying to go out and make a move for Tyreek Hill? Boy, that'd be crazy. And I'm not talking about crazy in a bad way. It'd be crazy. Don't think so, but it would be crazy. Super Watcher said, I believe we can stack the box on Philly. Super Watcher, let me tell you something. People are underestimating and undervaluing the fact that the Cowboys have the best linebacker crew that I can remember over the last. I just don't know of a better linebacker crew than Leofow, Sanborn, Murray. Damone Clark showed promise. Shamar James is in the mix. Their linebacking core looks pretty good, man. The Cowboys are on to something. The Cowboys are on to something, I'm telling you. Yeah, I was about to say, Cullen, that looks kind of fake. Yeah, Lord Nova, I'm telling you. That looked fake, didn't it? That's why I was saying, after I saw that, I was like, nah, I don't think that's real right there. Cullen said, I hate the internet. Yeah, I said, that's a little fake right there. That look a little fake right there. All right, let's do a little bit of Brian, then we're going to get out of here tonight. We're going to get us some rest, and then we're going to be back at it with the Cowboys, man. It's going to be a busy week. The game is on Thursday. Ooh, boy, we're going to have our predictions and stuff on Wednesday, and then we're going to have a pregame show Thursday, and then our postgame show Thursday. So, man, it is going to be a very, very busy week for Cowboys content. Get excited for the week. Finally, we get back to some football. No more talking about second stringers. No more talking about Micah Parsons. No more what if, no more what if, no more what if. Now we're going to start seeing where the rubber meets the road. I am absolutely excited about where this team is going.
Never launch an online course without checking demand.
And I'm going to make sure after I get off this stream this morning, before I go to bed, I will be getting YouTube Premium. We'll be getting YouTube Premium. All right, let me see.
Turned around. Huh? Yeah, yeah. Heck yeah. On you. That's all. You get Cowherd's approval. Yeah. I need to. Yeah, that's a good call.
Have y'all noticed ever since the Micah Parsons trade how Brian Schottenheimer is more energetic than he's been in weeks? I believe that Brian Schottenheimer, again, they said this was not an overnight thing. I believe all of this stuff they were discussing about Micah Parsons and kind of, you got to be talking about, too, how are the media going to respond? You're talking about all of this stuff, and I believe it was wearing on them. I believe it was wearing on all of them. Brian Schottenheimer seems so relieved. He does. He does.
Hey, it's a trend. Yeah. If it was a visor, it'd be perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Demetrius, hit me up in my email, man. Anytime you get something, I get people sending me stuff in email. Some of the members, hey, hit me up.
Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Looks as if you secured
I'll shout you out.
Bland for 4 years. How important is that to get this done right now?
Well,
Shout,
I think
yeah,
number one,
hey,
I'm so happy
Demetrius,
for him.
whatever
And,
you want to give me, I'll shout you out.
Just, the way he's worked and, shot onto the scene a couple years ago and just kind of came in and made an immediate impact as a rookie playing nickel and doing things like that. And then to see him a couple years after that with all the pick sixes and just I'm so happy for him and his family. He's a dad now, which I think is great. And I talked to him about it and just, he's such a humble young man, but so well-deserved. And again, just one of those guys that you love him as a teammate, you love him as a competitor. Doesn't say much, but man, he gives you everything he's got. And I'm thrilled for him and his family and just very well-deserved.
You say he's a very quiet guy, and you've
Man, I'm going to tell you something that's going on. We're going to see how this turns out. Man, I'm going to tell you something weird that seems to be going on with this Cowboys team. It seems like they're getting away from 52 brands. It seems like they're getting away from the stars. And it seems like they're trying to be the star. They don't want to be 53 stars no more. And I'm telling you, I think the Micah Parsons experience, I think it wore on this entire franchise. And I think they're making a point. They don't want that no more. They don't want the stars. They want the star. You think about CeeDee Lamb. One of the reasons why I've elevated CeeDee Lamb to number one on my list. Because CeeDee Lamb was talking like a star rather than one of the stars. How do I be more available for my team? What can I do to make my team better? What can I do to make myself available for my team, whether it's on the field, whether it's off the field, whether it's whatever? CeeDee Lamb. It's like these guys are all trying to they don't want the attention. They don't want the individual attention anymore. They want the collective attention. I believe this is the Brian Schottenheimer effect. I think that's what we're watching. We're watching the Cowboys try to become a team. And there are going to be some growing pains with that. But nevertheless, I think they realized this ain't working. 53 brands is not working. I mean, the Cowboys had gotten to the point, even the coaching staff was guilty of this. Between Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn, Zimmer, Fossil, these names, have y'all noticed? We're not doing this with these coaches. We're not doing that necessarily with these coaches. We're looking at them as in what they're all bringing, but we're not looking at them in the same way as they're all bragging about this or doing all this talking, this and that. No. It's like we're only hearing, in a sense, we're only hearing two voices, mainly. We're hearing Brian, we're hearing Dak. It's not that we're not hearing other guys interview, but we're hearing as in leadership, as we're hearing in what they're trying to do, we're hearing one voice. We're hearing one voice. We're hearing one culture. We're hearing a team. I think it's throwing us because we're not used to it, but I think we're hearing a team.
I said you're a relationship guy, so how did you kind of get him to open up more and more to you, especially at a time like this?
Yeah, it was one of the dinners in the spring that I did. He was part of a group of about 5 or 6 guys, and I actually remember kind of the way it started was, he was kind of sitting across from me, and I don't remember exactly who was all in there, but as dinner went, just hearing him open up a little bit more and, so bright, so intelligent, but just a man of few words. But it's just, and then obviously throughout the pregnancy and they had, and it's just, it's cool to watch these young men grow up. And he's certainly a guy that is a huge, huge piece for us. And like I said, I'm thrilled for him.
Introducing the filter.
Brian Todd Archer of the ESPN. Are ball skills something that he has that can't be taught? a little bit with some guys.
Yeah, he does have incredible ball skills, but I also think, Todd, he's got incredible instincts. His ability to study the game and his knowledge of the game for a young player, relatively young, are uncanny. Like his ability to read splits and anticipate routes and things like that. That usually happens when you're older. I always think of Stephon Gilmore, right? Like, those guys as they get older and they maybe lose a little bit of a step or something, they have to learn how to, read splits and things like that. But Duran's just always had the ability to process things very quickly, and then he's certainly got elite change of direction and ball skills, which is why. The interceptions and the pick sixes per se have happened. But another guy fits perfect in our defense. No house guest. He's got flexibility. He can play nickel. He can play the boundary corner because he's so physical against the run. And key piece for the Dallas Cowboys.
You re-signed Jake. You've now signed him, and Tyler's in discussions as well. What's the importance of keeping these guys?
Well, again, we're a draft and develop team. We want to draft guys. We want to develop them. We've shown that we, have a great history here long before I got here of drafting players and developing them. And I think the cool thing when you look at the guys that you do that with is usually they don't change. Fergie hasn't changed a bit. He's still the enforcer that he likes to be and half bit crazy all the time, which is awesome. I love being around him. And Duran's not going to change, So I think anytime you can draft these guys, develop them, and then, get them into a second contract, it's good to see. And you're thrilled for them and their family.
John Micheal with The Athletic. Just on the cornerback position in general, how you feeling about it right now? Obviously knowing that you're getting Diggs back at some time in the near future, and then obviously having Duran signed.
Yeah, feel good. We've talked about there's help on the way, and I think Trayvon got through the other day. Awesome. He's been working his ass off, getting ready to go for this game. We'll see how he does today, but I feel good about it. I think, we've got some flexibility. Kyrie's playing well, getting Duran back. Certainly we made some moves at, final cut down, with Triquez and, Reedy, but I feel good. Again, I'm excited about that group because, again, we're getting healthy at the right time, and I think that matters.
And then what are your expectations today for Kenny Clark?
Yeah, again, Kenny was through the walkthrough, did all the things we're doing in the walkthrough. I think, again, he's been practicing. It's not like he hasn't been practicing, so he's in great shape. He's ready to go. His body feels good, and it's going to be fun to see him out there in pads.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. What would you say is Duran Bland's leadership style since he is more of the quiet guy? Is it by example? Does he have guys that listen to him?
Yeah, I think, he's definitely a leader by example, but, I see him teaching guys. I see him grabbing guys. He just does it his own way, but he's definitely a leader by example.
Alfredo Morales, welcome to Cowboys After Dark, my brother. What's going on with you, man? Good to see you. Let me get a couple comments in. I like some of the things you guys are saying. 70 Boy says, CD has always been great. He's just getting better and better as a leader each year. He's my number one wide receiver this season. Daniel says, Schotty with no visor. Look at this hat he got on his own sale for 75% off, and he is sending a message to the fan base. Man, yeah, I got to get me some. I may have to get me one of them visors, man. Super Watcher said, it's no doubt about it. Michael drained the organization. He did. With his antics, they all look refreshed because of the trade. And I think Jerry, I'm going to be fair. I think the back and forth between him and Jerry really drained him. And I think they had realized that even if Michael stayed, it was going to continue to be bad. And so it was a good move for both parties. I wish Mike all the success in the world, except when he plays the Cowboys. 70 Boy said, one band, one sound. Robert Becker said, everything sounds great and all you're saying, action speaks louder than words, we shall see. Well, I'll tell you this, I give Dak Prescott credit. Dak Prescott said, now we got to prove it on the field. And again, man, I'm really going to be, I said this before. I'm not going to crash out on the Cowboys if they lose Thursday. It's going to be a long season. New coach, new coaches, new players, new systems. This is a lot. This is a lot. But I'm telling you this, if they can hit the ground running against the Philadelphia Eagles, they'll be on their way. It's going to be a great one. Super Watch said life goes on. Man, I'm going to tell you the truth, Daniel. Schotty is looking young even at 51 years old. Man, Schotty looks good, bro, at 51. Dude looks like he's a young coach, like 34 years old. Man, this dude does look young. I'm serious. He does. He looks very young. Let's see here. Ooh, Black Wolf. Players come and go. The Cowboys goes on. Darren Posey up in this thing. What's going on with you, man? He said, wow, 3 hours in and y'all are some night owls. Yes, sir. I told everybody to bring their coffee when I first got in here. Bam Bam Gaines said this will be a movie. We have coaches and players who were either thrown out or underrated, a bunch of late round picks and underappreciated beasts. Bam Bam Gaines. I've been saying, man, this is shaping up. This could be one of the most incredible stories of the NFL this year. And what would really top this off? Cowboys, Buffalo Bills would break the internet. Josh Allen versus Dak Prescott would break the internet. A replay of the Buffalo Bills and the Cowboys from 92-93 would break the internet. Boy, it would be so great. J-Man said the Packers are limited with who they can put around Micah because of his salary. The Cowboys realize this. They need a defensive tackle help. But if they paid Michael, they wouldn't get a top defensive tackle. J-Man, I don't think they signed, while they might have been able to sign DeRon Bland, I don't know if they necessarily would have been able to sign Bland, Ty Smith, Brandon Aubrey, plus what I think they're going to do even going down the stretch. I think we're going to see the Cowboys do some stuff down the stretch this year. I think they're going to do something at the trade deadline. You watch what I tell you. Not to mention, you got 2 first-round draft picks going into the draft next year. Man, the Cowboys, they did very well in free agency this year. Boy, you never know who they're going to bring in free agency coming up this next season. Stephen Jones said his goal was to have the best roster in the NFL. And I told all of y'all, you don't do that in one season. That takes about 2. Where the Cowboys already were, that takes about 2. You give them one more free agency, you give them one more draft, now they got 2 first-round picks, them boys going to be nasty next year. You watch what I tell you, them boys going to be bad. April Shaw said he dozed off. He said he back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Darren Posey said even our own media has us winning 7-8 games. Man, it's a shame. It's a shame. Daniel said, gee, I'm deciphering on what shirt I'm going to wear for Thursday night for the opener. I'm thinking about going with the Dak preseason shirt or the live jersey. I hadn't even decided either. I'm going to have to do something. Alfredo said, what got Michael traded was his I don't want to be a Cowboy anymore. I think that was a part of it. That was huge. F you and slap in the face. Not only to Jerry, but every single loyal, lifelong Cowboys fan. Man, I told y'all before, though, I just don't know how that's set with the players. It's one thing to say you're mad, but, boy, you say you don't want to be a Cowboy. Ooh, that's tough. All right, let's just a few more minutes of this.
Example. I mean, the way he works, the way he practices, the way he runs to the ball, the way he, attacks meetings and things like that. He totally is a leader by example. And that's what I love about leadership. There's all different kinds of ways to do it, right? And I think, that's why I think what we're trying to build here is so special, because you've got different personalities. You've got guys that are quiet leaders. You've got guys that are leading by example. I'll transition a little bit and, talk about, we just named our captains this morning. I was planning on having 4. That was kind of the goal, but the guys clearly spoke. And so we will have 6 captains in 2025. On defense, we'll have Osa and Donovan Wilson. On offense, we'll have Dak Prescott, CD. Special teams, we'll have Aubrey and CJ.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Especially I like Dak and CD. I like that. I wonder who gets Micah Parsons' locker to be by Dak Prescott. I really like the captains, especially Oso Digizua. I love that. Love that. Let's listen to those captains again.
On having 4, that was kind of the goal, but the guys clearly spoke. And so we will have 6 captains in 2025. On defense, we'll have Osa and Donovan Wilson. On offense, we'll have Dak Prescott, CD. Special teams, we'll have Aubrey and CJ. And they'll still be a captain of the week, not this first week, but they'll still be a captain of the week. But like, you look at those guys and their leadership comes in all different, forms. And that's what I like. But again, like I said, I was blown away. People asked me about the leadership of this football team. The guys made it very clear. Hey, Schotty, 4 is not enough. And so the way the voting came in, it was really close, and it'll be cool for those guys to have the C's on their jersey.
And then you have the big trade on Thursday, but you have to quickly roll into week 1. How have you kind of seen the team take the next step and move on and really put all the focus on Philly?
Yeah, Bonus Monday was good for us the other day, whatever the heck day that was, just to get them in and get them moving again after 3 days off. And they came in today, had great juice, great energy in the meeting, and excited about our Wednesday prep. This is what we call Competition Wednesday, and there'll be a winner and a loser in everything that we compete at, and bags and practice and competitive. We got a red zone period that we'll do competitively, and the guys were dialed in and excited to go and ready to kick off the season.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, with Duran, how valuable is the ability for him to play outside and in, especially considering how much the nickel corner spots kind of changed over the years?
Yeah, it's huge. I think number one, it gives us the versatility and the multiplicity that we want, where we can change up different personnel groupings. And from a play caller, that can be really hard because there's certain times you're like, well, where is he? Like teams have done that for a long time with Jalen Ramsey. He's outside, he's inside, he travels, he doesn't travel. So I think that's so powerful for us. But it's not even that. It's like he's good at both, which is really cool. Sometimes guys are, they're really good outside corners. They're okay nickels. He's not. He's really good inside. He proved that as a rookie. He's proved that this year. And he's also really good on the outside covering guys. So I think that's just a huge, huge benefit for us. And he's a good blitzer. He's a good tackler. The coverage skills speak for themselves. And like I said, it's invaluable.
I am so glad, and I got to give them credit on this segment. I am so glad that they are talking. Hold on a second. I am so glad they are talking about DaRon Bland. He deserves it. He deserves it. DaRon Bland has been a great player for the Cowboys. He really has. He takes some chances. Yeah, he gets burned sometimes, but he also makes some great plays. I think he was playing off of an injury last year. I think he's going to play that much better. DaRon Bland is a great all-around guy. I'm really happy for him. I'm glad they're talking about it. And I'm telling you, man, people got to understand, Jerry's playing chess. What better guy than DaRon Bland, just became a father, $97 million deal. All the players say he's the right kind of player in the midst of this Micah Parsons stuff. Jerry Jones playing chess. Jerry ain't playing checkers. Jerry playing chess. Jerry, it is not going to surprise me if we wake up Tuesday or Wednesday, Ty Smith got a deal done too. Wouldn't surprise me. Either him or Brandon Aubrey. I really think Brandon Aubrey's deal is a no-brainer. I think it's a way cheaper deal. I think Jerry can knock that one right off. I'd knock Brandon Aubrey off. It's an easy deal. You're not talking about 25 and 30. At least I don't think you are. Man, I'd knock Brandon Aubrey off. I wouldn't even think about it. Darren Posey said, gee, I'm starting to think was Micah even hurt last season? Now I wonder if he was trying to prove his value and drive his price up. He came back on fire. Man, I'll tell you this. People talking about Jerry. Man, Micah Parsons is a shrewd operator, bro. Micah Parsons and David Mulugeta, boy, they are shrewd operators. Jerry even gave them credit for their shrewdness. Jerry is now basically alluding to that it was actually a plan by Micah Parsons and David Mulugeta to actually allow Micah Parsons to negotiate that deal all the way to the number that he got Jerry to so that they could then hand him over to David Mulugeta and get even more. Jerry said, I wish I would. Jerry said, I wish I would. Jerry said, I got to give him credit. It was smart. But Jerry also, but I wasn't doing it. But it was smart. This dude was willing to find a doctor that was going to say he actually had a back problem. Whew. Boy, you want to talk about crazy. Shrewd operator, Darren Posey. Shrewd operator. Bam Bam Gaines, he said, yeah, bro, that's why all my info comes from G and AOC now. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Boy, them doggone 105.3, I'm convinced they hate Dak Prescott. That's why I think you'll never hear him ever do any kind of interview with them, especially after they did with that situation with that girl that young lady who had accused Dak Prescott. Lost in translation said, we all know the capability of this team. Says the media has no clue because they don't study like we do. They have to remember to pick up milk from the store. We worry about picking up the blitz. Yes, sir. Daniel, you made a comment about Arch Manning. I'm telling you now, I'm afraid for Arch Manning. Daniel said, our own media is wanting us to tank so hard for Arch Manning. I ain't trying to be racist up in here, but they saying get the best white boy quarterback to lead us to the Super Bowl and cut Dak. Daniel, let me tell you something. This is what this media does. They build up a player, and the moment they fail, they tear them down. Man, people have crowned Arch Manning way too fast. Can we at least see what he does this season? Because Ohio State mauled him. They didn't just maul him, they mauled Texas. Can we see what he is for the rest of the season? I don't even think he comes out this year, especially if his season isn't that good. All the money he's making in college, it'll be a pay cut to come to the pros. Cowboys ain't sturting, as my grandmother them used to say back in the day. I don't think the Cowboys are sturting Arch Manning. I don't. I think they are literally trying to win. I think the Cowboys are trying to win within the window that they have Dak Prescott. Alfredo said that post by Michael was made worse by Michael not standing up to Mulugeta and ordering him to sign the deal that he and Jerry reached. In Jerry's eyes, Michael went back on his word. I think that was their plan. Them boys shrewd operators, man. Boy, I think them boys, I think them boys, I think they had that plan. It was too well orchestrated. Super Watcher said a lot of Cowboy content creators are friends with Micah, so of course they mad, but I'm a Cowboy fan. Me too. Nope. I have no problem with him. It's not like I know him. Don't have no problem with his brother, but I wasn't trying to be his friend so that I could, so I want to be cool with him so I can, it don't make sense. D-Ken, at the end of the day, Dak's playing hell's got to be on point. D-Ken, that's the key. There are two players that have to stay healthy. Dak Prescott needs to stay healthy the whole season. When DeMarion Overshown comes back, he needs to stay healthy too. Ronan the Voice says signing Aubrey is a huge no-brainer. He's the next one I would sign. It's too easy. The deal you could give Aubrey, it's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit. Just go get it. Get another victory for this team. Continue to show this media. Bro, y'all don't know what we're doing. Go sign Brandon Aubrey. And then keep on working on Ty Smith and get it done as soon as possible. Daniel said, I'm 100% with you, G. I'm a Longhorns fan, and I even know that Arch needs more time to develop, and the Dallas media has got to stop pushing Dak out of Dallas. They do it every chance they get. And every time they do it, they doom these players. They doom these players. Paul 8788 said the media said the same thing about the Shador that they're saying about Arch. They doom these players, man. They do. All right, let's listen to some more Schotty before we get out of here.
Obviously, you have long-term
We'll make it an even 4 o'clock. Ain't no use in quitting at 3:45. We'll make it an even 4 o'clock.
ambitions here. As a coach, what does it do for you when you're able to lock up a guy long-term and you find that out that this guy is in your team's plans for a while?
Yeah, again, I think, this team's going to be defined by more than just one person. We talked about that the other day. It's going
I'm telling y'all, it seems like to me they are trying to get away from this stars and brands, and it's like they're trying to get away from that. The thing that we know about Dak, very great leader, strong leader on the field, but he's buttoned up CEO at the podium. CeeDee Lamb has turned into a buttoned up CEO at the podium. They're getting away. They're getting away from all of the attention because it's actually bad for the team. It gets the team more focused on things that don't matter. This team actually needed what they've done. It needs to be all football. All football. I'm sorry, but people should not expect the team to function with distractions. This team has enough distractions as it is. 1, it's the Dallas Cowboys. 2, their owner is Jerry Jones. 3, their GM is Jerry Jones. 4, their press representative is Jerry Jones. This team already has enough of those distractions built in that they are pretty much used to. They don't need anything extra. They don't need anything extra. This team, because of Jerry Jones, it needs to focus totally on football. This team can't have Jerry Jones outside the locker room and Jerry Jones Jr. in the locker room too. They couldn't handle it. Jerry and Michael, to me, are a lot alike. People do not understand. These guys loved each other. They are a lot alike. They couldn't have Jerry Jones in the locker room and outside the locker room too. No, bro, we can't handle both of y'all. These boys couldn't handle both of them. They couldn't.
Going to take the whole team and all 53 plus 69 total, and but again, I'm just happy for Duran. I just think it's
me too.
A guy that's worked incredibly hard, and here he is, fifth round draft pick, fifth round. And to come in and to shoot onto the scene and play the way he did, and you don't announce it to the guys until it's signed, and so we'll
shout out to Will McClay. Shout out to Will McClay. I'm telling y'all, man, Will McClay is a heck. Boy, let me tell you something. I would love to see Will McClay without the governor of Jerry and Steven. I believe Will McClay could build a Super Bowl team. I believe Will McClay, if he got with a team like Philly, and I'm not saying with Philly, but what I'm saying is with a team that says, hey, man, we trust you. We trust you. We want you to go build our team. Man, I'm telling you something. This dude, Will McClay, I believe he can build a team. I do. Will McClay has brought some players to the Cowboys over the years that have been late round or undrafted. I mean, they've turned out to be some superstars, man. This dude is a really good evaluator of talent. It don't mean he hit every time. But Will McClay has hit on some players. Him and his staff have really, really hit on some players. They have. I want to go back one of these days and look at some of these players because I'm telling you, the one thing that we could never accuse the Cowboys of is not drafting well. I mean, look at this dude, Nate Thomas. Look how he looked this year in the preseason. Look how he looked in training camp. The only thing that set the dude back was an injury. This dude is very good. Will McClay is very good at what he does. And I'm telling you, to me, he outdid himself this draft. him and his team, the input from Schotty and the Joneses, outdid himself. Outdid himself. He did. Mr. James is awesome. He said Cowboys fans need to thank Will McClay for drafting players. Mr. James, this dude is nice. I believe Will McClay, with a big budget, shoot, I think he can build a Super Bowl team. I think he can build a Super Bowl team. But I'm gonna give him credit. I think they're on the way to building one now. I think Jerry has been emphasizing this. Jerry has been saying, I'm not the only ones making decisions here. I'm not the only one making these decisions. I mean, I'm the one that's making the ultimate decision. But I'm actually getting advisement from all of these guys. Everybody's getting their input. So when you see me make a decision, we've made a decision. That's what they're saying. Superwatcher 79 said Will is going to draft Clark if he makes it to the second round. Of course, quarterback picked him. Green Bay picked him up in the first. Oh, I got you. Will was going to draft Clark if he made it to the second round. Okay, Green Bay picked him up. I see. Okay.
They'll all know, but we'll make a big deal about it tomorrow, just like we did with Ferg.
And then Tyler Smith, that's a guy who's obviously progressed pretty well in his career so far. What have you seen from him just from a day-to-day basis, and what are your ambitions for him going into this year specifically?
Yeah, well, again, I think the guy's an all-pro guard. I think he's incredible talent. Another one of those guys, draft and develop. Here's a guy who played tackle.
Let me tell y'all something. Boy, I am so... Wait, let me make sure he's talking about here. Hold on.
So far, what have you seen from him?
And, you don't announce it to the guys until it's signed, and so they'll all know, but we'll make a big deal about it tomorrow, just like we did with Ferg.
And then Tyler Smith, that's a guy who's obviously progressed pretty well in his career.
He's got to get signed. I'm telling you right now, if they can sign Brandon Aubrey and Ty Smith this week,
So far, what have you seen from him just from a day-to-day basis, and what are your ambitions for him going into this year specifically?
Yeah, well, again, I think the guy's an all-pro guard. I think he's incredible talent. Another one of those guys, draft and develop. Here's a guy who played tackle at Tulsa, comes in here. He's a tackle. Then, okay, let's move you to guard.
I see you, Daniel.
The power
yes, sir.
That he possesses is crazy. What I love about Tyler is he hasn't checked up one day. He's probably one of our hardest practice players that we have. And he's not missed a beat, has not said a word. I think that's one of the things that you respect about him as just a competitor. And but yeah, what a talent, And so hopefully he's the next one that is able to get done.
Saudi's The Athletic. Brian, obviously, Mike.
Hold on a second. Did Brian Schottenheimer just say what I thought he said? Let's rewind that for a second. Hold on a second. What did he just say at the end?
He's not missed a beat, has not said a word. I think that's one of the things that you respect about him as just a competitor. And but yeah, what a talent, And so hopefully he's the next one that is able to get done.
Tuesday or Wednesday? Ty Smith, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? It would just make so much sense. Why not go ahead and get Ty Smith done? Why not go ahead and get him? It just makes too much sense. If I was Jerry, this is another move I would make. Shut the talk down. Continue to build the morale of the team. Hey, we didn't sign 11, but we signed DaRon Bland. We signed Ty Smith. And just for giggles, we signed Brandon Aubrey. Do y'all know how much of a relief that would be for this team? While everybody is saying that you can't, they didn't sign Micah, they're signing everyone else. Ronan the Voice said, you are only great as the team, the people you have around you. Will can build that team. Boy, I'm telling you, I'm giving him credit. He can. Yeah, I'm telling you, boy. And I think Jerry and these guys have turned him loose. Man, I think this has been one of his best drafts. This dude went out there and got busy. Him and this squad, boy, they got busy. J-Man, he said 1980 U.S. hockey, not the best players in the country, but players that complemented each other. Yes, sir. Richard Hayden said, let's go. 70 boy said, would get the team hype before the game, too. Yup. Man, hey, Daniel Lim said he taking... Daniel Lim said he taking exercise for everyone in the chat for those Scotty advisors. All aboard the Schotty train. Now, let me tell you how you make sure you learn how to read. I'm on the Daniel. Daniel think it's so late we ain't thinking. Daniel said I'm taking hat sizes for everyone here in the chat. He didn't say he was buying them. He said he was taking. Daniel said he taking hat sizes. He didn't say he was buying them. Boy, I see you, Daniel Hill. I see you, bro.
Saudi's The Athletic. Brian, obviously, Micah was a unique talent with special abilities. He was thrust into becoming an edge after circumstances kind of warranted that. Do you see DeMarvion Overshown, when he comes back, having any of those same traits or abilities as an athlete to maybe rush the passer more and change from a linebacker to that?
Well, yeah, obviously, Demo, there's not many things Demo can't do.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Dallas. Don't do it. Don't try to turn DeMarvion Overshown into Micah Parsons. Don't do it. Don't do it. You let him stay at the linebacker position. This dude is no. Don't turn him into no one-trick pony. You continue to let him play from where he is. Move him around, fine. But don't have this dude rushing off no edge. Don't do it. Don't do it. Man, you mess around, put Demo on that edge, and they start running and they start running at this dude. They start running at this dude, chipping him at the knees. Heck no. Heck no. Don't do that to Demo. Don't do it. Use him the way you've been using him. Don't do it. Do not do it. It's crazy talk.
He's really good at a lot of different things. He's very good blitzer. Now, playing on the edge is different, side. I mean, it is a little bit different. You're blocking, going up against bigger men. Tackles are bigger, longer, stronger than sometimes getting matched up on backs. But I wouldn't bet against Demo. I'll reiterate what I said the other day. I think pass rush for us is one of our deepest positions that we have. You look at Sam and Donovan and Dante and Marshawn and James Houston. I mean, we're deep at that spot, but Demo can pretty much do anything, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention, my heart goes out to Leroy Jordan's family. I'm a football junkie. I'm a football nerd, and I grew up with a dad that, played kind of in that era and, member of the Doomsday Defense. Just my heart goes out to his family.
Scribe is how 4 million
Andrew,
people
I
turn
see you. Who let the dogs out? Yes, sir. Kevin Howard up in here. Kevin Howard, what's going on late night? Welcome to Cowboys After Dark. He said, we're about to see our new Cowboys this season. It's going to be different. Yes, sir. I'm excited. Ooh, boy. 3 more days. 3 more days. 3 more days. 70 boy. 3 more days. 3 more days, bro.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, when we see these contracts for cornerbacks, typically outside corners typically get paid a little more. Now that Duran is paid, do you feel like that maybe helps the ability to communicate to him and say, hey, we might need you to be inside because Kyrie Elam might be a little better outside or whatever? Do you feel like this contract kind of helps you be more versatile with him now going forward?
Well, we were going to be versatile with him no matter what, because that's the type of competitor that Duran is. Duran's never said, hey, I'm not going to play nickel or I'm not going to do this. He sees himself as an elite cover corner.
Watch this. You've already paid Duran Bland outside corner money. As far as Duran Bland is concerned, you can put him inside, you can put him outside. Heck, he might even play safety for you at this point. The man has already got his money. And I love what Jerry did. Duran Bland is going to be so flexible to play wherever the Cowboys want him. He'll play, I believe he'll play outside, depending upon how healthy Trayvon Diggs is. But I'm telling you, man, Duran Bland, shoot, if Kyrie Elam can hold down that outside, man, if Kyrie Elam can hold down that outside, and if Trayvon Diggs come back and he's right, and Duran Bland is in that slot, shoot, you talking about a shutdown cornerback room. Shoot. Do y'all know we finally getting what we've been wanting? How long have we been wanting Trayvon Diggs and Duran Bland on the field at the same time, and we never seem to get it long term? Shoot, let's get this thing rocking. Let's get this thing rocking. I want to see what they all do. All three of those corner. I'm telling you, we don't have the depth in the cornerback room, but if we can keep them three healthy until we get Savon Revel Jr. back up in here, shoot. And hey, man, they real high on Triquez. The Cowboys are high on Triquez, and they're high on Reedy. Hey, we might be on to something. We might be on to something. Daniel said, I have a score for predictions Thursday game if I'm allowed to say it. 34-16, Cowboys over the Birds. Stop ducking me and let me speak. Yeah, I see you. Andrew said, gee, you know what's so scary? Okay, let's see. Especially for the Beagles. Okay, let's go. Let's go. He reaching for the heavens. I see you. Caleb, how are we supposed to win with the current O-line? Caleb, Callio Bastion, welcome to the late night. Now, BB, Booker, and Smith. We good to go. That is good to go up against that interior line of the Philadelphia Eagles. At least I think it is. The question is Guyton and Steele. But if Guyton and Steele is on point, Callio, we good. Callio, we good. Andrew, this is what Brian Schottenheimer is banking on. Brian Schottenheimer is banking on the element of surprise. That's what he's banking on. That's why I've been telling people, even from the defense, they purposely, I'm telling you, they purposely told Donovan Ezeraku, I guarantee you. They told Donovan Ezeraku, don't go out there. Don't go out there with the bend. Don't go out there with the lean. Don't go out there with all of your hand moves. Don't go out there showing people your full repertoire. Nope. We just want you to go out there, get your feet wet, go out there, get you some contact, go out there and get after the quarterback. But don't go out there and putting stuff on tape for the world to see. You watch how Donovan Ezeraku looks on Thursday. He gonna look different. You watch what I tell you, he gonna look different. He gonna look different. And you're right, Andrew, we don't know. This is the biggest mystery. We don't know what any of it's gonna look like, but I'm excited for it. Andrew, poker face. Yes. G Worley, what up? He said, G, fire show. I appreciate you, man. Dagger said that's a bad look for just for me and the man. 70 boy, they're gonna be all over the field. 70 boy, let me tell you something. There is somebody in that locker room saying, they are saying we can't win without Micah Parsons. Let's go show him. Ooh, boy. Ooh. Lisa, yeah, our old line, I'm telling you, I think it's going to be good to go. I do. Catlin, keep it vanilla. They've done this all the way through. Big Money Sonny, what's going on with you? Sarah Jong, She said, LMO, Michael was holding y'all back. Your quarterback choked during the playoffs. Oh, Sarah Jones, stop it. Well, I'll tell you this. Well, if Dak Prescott choked, then what did Micah Parsons do? Can't roll with you on that, Sarah Jones, but welcome to the show. Richard Hayden, our defenses are going to look crazy. I'm telling you, nobody knows. Schotty is banking on that element of surprise.
Do too. He's freaking amazing. But again, we're going to move him around. It's got nothing to do with the contract. I mean, if the contract wasn't done, we would have moved him around as well. He's just a stud of a young man and a damn good football player that, again, I am so happy for.
John. Of your captains, Donovan Wilson seems to be similar to Bland, a very quiet guy. Did that surprise you, or did it tell you a little bit about what Donovan does behind the scenes a little bit?
Well, I think they look at his play style. There's an intensity with Dono.
Big money, Sonny. Appreciate you. So I got
love the
5
guy.
on it, homie.
I love the guy. Like when I go around and I talk to the guys before practice, Calvin, it's like, the handshake, the embrace, but the eye contact, is just different. I mean, the guy just loves football. And so that's why you let the players vote. I think the players got it right. There were more guys that were also deserving.
Appreciate your big money,
You're allowed
Sonny.
6-ish, and so the numbers were a little bit separated. But, again, it speaks to the leadership of our football team. And it's not just going to be those 6 guys that lead us. Tyler Smith's a leader on this football team. He wasn't named captain. He had a lot of votes, but he just came up a little short of those other guys. And
I love the fact they've made one of the most incredible moves we've seen in a long time. It's still mind-blowing to me. The Dallas Cowboys, if you would have told me last year that the Cowboys were going to get George Pickens and trade Micah Parsons, I told you he was crazy. I told you it was crazy. And this is exactly what the Cowboys have done. These boys are going to be so unpredictable this season. It's going to be incredible. But I find it to be so powerful that how all of these people are emphasizing the leadership. Now, let me go back to something I said earlier. This is why you built the culture. You built the culture to absorb George Pickens in. Haven't heard a peep. You also build the culture because Jerry Jones is your owner. And Jerry Jones got personal with Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons got personal with Jerry Jones. You also build this culture so that you can endure Micah Parsons being traded. We're watching those results, and we hear them all talking about leadership. Here's the key. Now, you got to have leadership in action. You got to make it happen on the field. You got to come to Philadelphia. You got to go to Philadelphia. You got to punch them in the face. You got to get punched in the face. You got to get knocked down. You got to get back up, and you got to hit them in the face again. We have got to see. We have got to see in the first game of the season. We got to see the game of the year. Ooh, we got to see the game of the year. We're going to talk about this more going forward, starting today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But the one thing I'm looking for in this team, I'm looking for fight. I'm looking for fight. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for physicality. I'm looking for dog. I'm looking for, I'm telling you, all that energy they had in training camp, I'm looking for all of that. Because it's going to take that to beat Philly. I'm telling y'all, Philly going to be fired up too. Philly going to be fired up too. They're not just going to let Dallas come up in there and beat them. But they're going to be fired up too. But the place where we got them, though, they don't know nothing about us. They don't know what to expect. But I can tell you this, them boys going to be afraid of George Pickens. They're going to be afraid of George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. I have a feeling Dak Prescott, anything under eight yards, he'll get it all day long. Dak will get it all day long. I guarantee you they're going to be giving those wide receivers so much space, it's going to make your head spin. Sonny, big money Sonny, dropping that money. Appreciate you. Week 1, y'all beating Philly. I'll tell you this. I think we got a great chance. I think we got a great chance. I do. Man, I'm telling you, Daniel, I'm gonna give Brian credit. Brian don't mind looking at what works in the league and adopting it into his playbook. Now, this dude gonna be nice, man. Schotty gonna be nice. Richard said, I think the game of the year is Kansas City. Ooh. Hey, Richard. I would have thought it was going to be the game of the year. Do y'all know how many games of the year the Cowboys have? The Cowboys have so many potential games of the year, it's ridiculous. The first game against Philly. It's the first game of the season. It actually is the game of the year right now. We are literally playing the game of the year because it's the first game on a Thursday night. There's nobody else playing. It is literally the game of the year. The Dallas Cowboys' first game without Micah Parsons in 4 years as an opener. And it's not the first game without him, but it's the first game without him, and we know he's not returning. It's the game of the year. Brian Schottenheimer's first game as a Cowboy. Matt Eberflus, first game as a Cowboy defensive coordinator. I mean, the first game of all the rookies. The first game of all of these guys who are coming in trying to prove themselves. The Kyrie Elams of the world. We have... This is an incredible game for the Cowboys. They are literally going to have to calm themselves down. This is playoff atmosphere football. The first game of the season is going to be playoff atmosphere football. Dak Prescott coming off that injury. What will he look like? Will they get to him? Will they put him on the ground? Will he run? I mean, so many things. This is game of the year. This is game of the year already. It is must-see TV. And then Green Bay, week 4. It's going to be the game of the year then. There will be no other game that anybody will want to see other than the Dallas Cowboys going against Green Bay Packers, Micah Parsons. And you know what I think people are going to underestimate about the Green Bay-Dallas game? They're going to make it about Micah Parsons versus the Dallas Cowboys. But you know what they're going to underestimate? Kenny Clark against the Green Bay Packers. They're underestimating. Let me tell you something. Michael Parsons going to be out for blood. Kenny Clark going to be out for blood too. Kenny Clark going to be out for blood. You watch what I tell you. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. But this first game against Philly on Thursday, it is literally the game of the year right now. Because there's no other game on. It's the game of the year. Big Buddy Sonny, he said he an old school Redskins fans. He said, real talk, we got 5. How you feeling about that? All love. Man, I'm telling you. We ready for y'all too. You still an Eagles fan, Big Money Sonny? We ready, man. We are ready for y'all. It's going to be on. Daniel said, gee, you know that I despise the Eagles so doggone much. I get my blood boiled because these guys are legit cheaters and dirty players. Plus, their GM is a dang good one, too. He is. Lisa said DC4L. Richard said, do you think Dallas has a plan against Micah Parsons? Yeah, run at him. They're going to run right at him. If he plays edge, they're going to run right at him. The Cowboys are going to be ready for Micah. We got to understand, they know Micah, too. They played against him every single day. They know him. They know him. Cali Cowboy, he said Dak going to choke. Oh, no, he said Dak going to chalk. We're going to see. We're going to see, but I don't think he is.
Malik Hooker. I mean, I go on, Brian Anger. I can go on and on and on about the leadership of this football team, and we're going to need that. There's going to be adversity this season. No one's standing up here saying there's not going to be adversity. So when you have strong chemistry and connection, but also leadership.
Oh, you talking about you got Jaden Daniels. I got you. Okay.
Skyler Dixon.
I see you, Big Money Sonny. Okay.
Kind of had the automatic third quarterback with the way the roster was set up with Trey. This year it's a little different sort of decisions you'll have to make along those lines. How do you view that emergency quarterback? When, from my point of view, it kind of looks like a free roster spot on game day, but how do you see it?
Yeah, well, again, it's a tool that some people use. We obviously have a few guys. I'm not going to share with you right now who those guys would be in an emergency situation. You have guys that are prepared to play quarterback if it gets to that point. But yeah, I mean, it does have its benefits, and I think at the end of the day, you know, I think this is nothing new. Most teams get into a situation where they have to have somebody that's ready to do it. It's been different places. It was our punter for us.
Big Money Sonny now. Don't you forget, not only did we beat y'all once, we almost beat y'all the last game of the season had it not been for a miracle throw and catch by Mariota.
In Jacksonville. It wasn't McAfee, I don't think. I don't think we trusted Pat. Sorry, Pat. I know you're probably watching this. But yeah, it's just it's different,
awesome.
guys.
I
and so we
agree
have a
with
few
you.
guys, and again, the menu will be a little smaller than what the call sheet would normally look like. But we have guys that we feel like could go out there and at least execute some of the things we're trying to do.
With reps so important for starting quarterback.
What the heck is this dude talking about? Did Brian Schottenheimer just say that if Dak Prescott went down and Joe Milton, I guess, went down, is he literally saying they got other guys that can play quarterback other than Will Grier and put them out there as the emergency quarterback? That is bananas. This man is bananas. Big Money Sonny, boy, can't wait. You know we almost swept y'all. We beat you in the first. Come on, Big Money Sonny. You know we beat you in the first one, and Trey Lance took y'all down to the wire now. Come on now, be honest.
Quarterbacks, how do you kind of see third quarterbacks and beyond in terms of quarterback development? What's your kind of overall view of quarterback development in the NFL?
Yeah, it's hard. I'm going to go back, Skylar, because I think I've talked about this before. When you have three, it's hard. Your starter needs a lot, and even Dak wants a lot, especially when you're doing early looks early in the week, like a day like today. He's going to want most of those, if not all of those, and we'll get those. But you got to try to get the other two some reps. But Rich Gannon was a guy that I remember he was kind of the backup. He didn't need a lot of reps, but he always wanted those third down blitz reps because that was the closest thing that he could get to game reps, the feel of third down blitzes and guys coming from, you know, the posts and off the edges and corners and hot responsibilities and things like that. So you'll watch Joe and those guys and Will, when they're not in there, they're kind of behind shadowing, and that's a big part of it. And then as soon as practice ends,
up, Boss Cowboy?
Steve Shimko will take Will and those guys, and they'll go and basically
I'm looking forward to
going
going back looking at your film on
they'll call the play and they'll spot throw that.
On
and
Kenny
so
Clark.
they can get through. We
Can you
started
give us a
it
quick summation of kind of what he
4 or 5,
kind of
I guess,
what he
with
looked
Phillip
like real
Rivers
quick?
is when we first started doing it. So you can they call the play and then you're ripping throws. So if he throws the comeback over here, he throws the comeback. Then he threw a slant over here, he throws a slant. So they're getting their throws, they're getting their footwork. It's not perfect, but they are getting the work and the throws that they need.
What are your expectations for captains?
Be the guys to the forefront that lead us. Be the guys that are communicating. Be authentic. I think that's a huge thing for me. You know, be authentic. You know, lead the way you want to lead. But again, they will. You know, certainly my door is always open for anybody. You don't just have to be a captain. But I would hope that if
Balls,
there was
I think he's gonna do. I think he's gonna do some
maybe
damage.
didn't make it to me, that one of the
Balls, I think he's gonna do some damage against Philly. I think he's gonna do some damage. We were talking earlier. We were talking earlier, man, about the Philadelphia Eagles, and one of the things about the Philadelphia Eagles that's so crazy is how good they are on the interior defensive line. I don't think the Cowboys gonna have to worry about their edges, but them boys' interior defensive line is good. But I think with BB, with Booker, I think with Ty Smith, I think they might be able to handle them. But boy, their interior defensive line is bananas. And the linebacker play is good, and their safety play is good. I think their weakness is their cornerbacks. So if Dak can get them boys on the boundaries, maybe he can get them on some of them 7 and 8 yarders, drive them down the field. Maybe the Cowboys can get some run. Shoot, man. Boss Cowboy said we got the guy. Well, we already know Boss Cowboy was the only one. He was the first one everybody was hollering one tech, so we got him. Yeah. Yeah, we know if Boss say we got a one tech, we got a one tech. We got one tech. And Boss, I was saying, because I've seen when you talked about this before, one of the things we talked about tonight is your interior defensive line play is really what gets you to these NFC championship games, these Super Bowls. I mean, these edge rushers, to me, they're all glamorous and great. I'm just classifying them now as the new quarterbacks of the defense. I think people like the sacks. They like the strip sack fumbles. They like the big hits by these guys. But the unsung heroes of these Super Bowls are these interior defensive lines. These interior defensive linemen. These are the only people I'm worried. This is the only thing I'm worried about with the Eagles. Them boys' interior defensive line is crazy. Them boys' interior defensive line is crazy, boy. Woo! They crazy. They crazy. They crazy. Yeah, Boss Cal, I believe so too. They crazy. And again, I think because he's so good, well, I believe because the Cowboys, I think they got some good defensive tackles. And again, I've already said, I don't think the Cowboys are done with Mozzie. I think Mozzie gonna still work into this plan for the Cowboys. I think that what they're gonna try to do, I think they're gonna try to copy this model similar to the Eagles. I think they're gonna try to create different types of rotations, different kind of looks to keep all those guys fresh. I think Mozzie's still part of the plan. I don't think they're throwing them away. I don't think they're throwing them away. They don't. Boss said, you made a great case on defensive tackle in Super Bowls. I don't fight facts and evidence. Boss, man, I'm telling you, these doggone defensive tackles are the unsung heroes. We paying these edge rushers all this money. I mean, none of those guys are getting Super Bowls. We only got 2 of them in the last, 10 years, Bosa and Hendricks. Them the only 2 I can think of. These other ones, I don't understand it. You would literally think that these doggone defensive tackles will be getting paid like Chris. Boy, they be getting paid like Chris Long. I mean, what's the name? Chris Jones? Man, what? Shoot. Boy, these doggone defensive tackles ought to be the ones that's commanding the big money. Boss Cowboy said great analysis on the defensive tackle in the Super Bowls. Hey, man, you've been talking about it for the longest. You've been talking about this one tech thing for the longest. And so, I give Jerry props on this. That Jerry, when he figured out that he wasn't going to be able to sign Micah Parsons, because I still say these 2 jokers got personal with each other. And that's what made this whole thing come crashing down. When Jerry saw he wasn't going to be able to get that deal done, shoot, Jerry said, well, let me get me a 1-tech. Jerry said, well, at least let me get a 1-tech out of this thing. He wouldn't have got him. He wouldn't have got him. I give him credit for it. And I'm telling you, boy, that dog, that doggone, man, that doggone Kenny Clark, boy, this dude, you want to talk about get you fired up just talking. Shoot. Boy, Kenny Clark can get you. Man, Kenny Clark had me so fired up talking the other day, boy. I said, woo-wee. This dude here. This dude was telling the media in Dallas. I'm glad we got somebody telling the media in Dallas. Go check my tape. I don't do all that talking. Go check my tape. I'm a dog. When you say you a dog and we check your tape, you a dog, you a dog. Shoo. Boy, shoo. You a dog. Yep. Boss said it sound crazy, but you telling the truth. Common sense sometimes right in your face. Yep. Man, I'm telling you, I'm so excited about this doggone. I'm so excited about this doggone Kenny Clark, boss. I don't know what to do, man. I'm so excited about this dude. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. And I think these doggone Cowboy players, boss, you tell me what you think about this, because you one of these people that play football. If I was the Dallas Cowboys edge rushers right now, I'd be so fired up I wouldn't know what to do. Boy, they'd have to hold me like a bull at a rodeo trying to get out that gate. I'd be so fired up I wouldn't know what to do. Man, I got the opportunity of a lifetime because everybody's going to be looking at what the Cowboys do at the edge. Boy, if these boys can come out here and if the Cowboys can come out here and even muster up 3-4 sacks against the Eagles, it'll be incredible. It'll be incredible. It'll be incredible. Big Money Sonny. Let me come back to you before we get back to Brian Schottenheimer. Big Money Sonny now. Hey, let me tell you something. Y'all, you do know we got a quarterback named Dak Prescott that had a similar rookie season and actually exceeded what Jaden Daniels did. Dak Prescott, had it not been for the Green Bay Packers, we'd have been having the same conversation probably about Dak Prescott getting to the NFC Championship game and possibly the Super Bowl in his rookie season. Boy, I'm going to tell you something about this league. This league have a way of catching up with your butt in that second season. Sure. But this league have a way of catching up with your butt in that second season, man. Sure, this doggone league will tear a second-year quarterback up. Man, they get tape on you and start seeing how you run. Sure. Man, this dude, Jaden Daniels, going to have problems. Boss Cowboy said facts. If anybody don't care at all about Michael, it is the defensive end. He said they want his reps. It's the nature of the competition. Hey, boss, that's the argument I've been making. Hey, I tell you what's even funny to me, boss. Man, Sam Williams just got some strange way of doing things to me. The Cowboys trade, and maybe it's because I just hadn't been looking. Cowboys trade Micah Parsons. Sam Williams started posting videos on his ex about him working out. I'm like, boy, you can't make this stuff up, man. Boy, you can't make this stuff up. Sam Williams said, man, it's good to be back in the lab. Okay, you talking like the day of Micah Parsons. You talking about the day of Micah Parsons getting traded. Come on, Sam. We see what you doing, man. We see what you doing, Sam. You ain't fooling us. Lost in Translation said, that pocket is going to collapse like a wet paper bag. Man, let me tell you. I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer so much credit. Brian Schottenheimer has been telling us things that the Cowboys were going to do. And we were listening, but we were not listening. This dude went and tried to make sure, talking to Jerry, that he could get a team built that could literally handle the Eagles. Tyler Booker, Cooper Beebe, and Ty Smith. Boy, that's a combination right there. Them boys are going to be, at least I'm thinking they're going to be somewhat ready. And I don't know if you can really prepare you. I'm just going to be honest with the Philadelphia Eagles interior defensive line. Boy, them boys interior defensive line are stupid, man. BB has been so good, though. BB's been so good. We ain't even talked about this. I still say it is amazing. This dude BB so good, we don't even talk about it. Do y'all know we don't even talk about BB? That's how good BB has been. We hadn't talked about BB at training camp. We hadn't talked about BB in OTAs. We don't talk about Cooper BB. This dude is that good. I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about Ty Smith. I think Ty Smith is the best. I think he's the best offensive lineman the Cowboys have. I think right now it's Ty Smith. Ty Smith can absolutely play left tackle and left guard. But again, if Guyton, man, if we just can get Guyton to work out, them boys don't know. I think these boys going to do some damage. I think they're going to do some damage. But Cooper Beebe has been so good. Ty Smith, constant professional. If Tyler Booker, and I'm just fully confident in Tyler Booker. I'm fully confident. I think they're going to be able to handle that interior line rush of the Eagles. I think they're going to be able to handle it. But I'm not going to lie. They're going to have their hands full. We're going to be talking about this all day. Boss Cowboy, I was laughing so hard, boy, when I saw Sam. I said, Sam Williams, boy, this dude got a way of doing stuff. I remember when Michael put that letter out, Michael said, man, I want to be traded. All the Cowboy players, they posted Micah Parsons' profile picture. They posted this picture on their profile picture. This crazy dude, Sam Williams, goes and puts his own picture on. He goes and puts his own picture on his profile picture in his new clothing brand. Man, this dude, Sam Williams, said, I'm trying to get extended up in here. Shoot, Sam said he's trying to get extended. And boss, this is one of the things I've talked about, man. This is one of these things that people don't understand about this game. Football is the ultimate competition. Your second string running back, it's not that he wants something to happen to the first string quarterback, the first string running back. But he realizes that the only way he's going to become the first string running back is the first string running back ain't playing. And so dudes, man, when these dudes in this league and they see people start falling off, they just see opportunity. I'm telling you, man, I guarantee you, James Houston is ecstatic. This dude is saying, I got my second chance. James Houston got some lean. He ain't Micah Parsons, but he got some lean to him. Big Money Sonny, he said he got 5 on the boy. I'm telling you, I don't gamble, but I'll tell you this. Shoot. Hey, man, Jaden Daniels, he gonna see some problems. I'm just telling you, man, this league got a way of catching up with these rookie quarterbacks. We have seen this over and over and over and over. All these quarterbacks, they come in, they have these great rookie campaigns. People don't even realize, man, Dak Prescott had an incredible rookie campaign. And I'm still telling you, if it hadn't been for Aaron Rodgers and the peak of his Aaron bleeping Rodgers, his Aaron bleeping Rodgers powers, shoot, I'm telling you, man, Dak and Zeke, them boys were, Dak and Zeke were crazy in that rookie season. Man, them boys almost literally single-handedly got them doggone Cowboys in the Super Bowl. Single-handedly. Gregor said, gee, I believe we have some good pieces at different positions, but my concern is the backup. Now, this is one of the things that we were talking about. We were really concerned about some of the backup looks. And I think that is, I think, though, when you look at certain positions, I think the Cowboys, the only place that I'm really concerned about the Cowboys' depth is the cornerback room. I'm telling y'all, I said it already last week. I'm praying Trayvon Diggs has the season of his life. I hope Trayvon Diggs stays healthy. I hope he has the season of his life. As long as we got Trayvon Diggs, Kyer Elam, as long as we got DeRon Bland, Kyer Elam, and Trayvon Diggs healthy, we're fine in the cornerback room. But the moment if there's some kind of hiccup, we're going to have some problems. But they are really high on this kid, Triquez. They're thinking, I think the Cowboys are thinking he could be the 4th wide receiver, and I think they're thinking Reddy can be a nickel wide receiver. We're just going to see how all that turns out. But I think as long as those 3 stay healthy for the most part, the Cowboys are going to be fine. But I think when you look at all the other positions, they got depth at edge. They got depth they now got depth at defensive tackle. I'm telling us, I don't think the Cowboys are done with Mozzie. I don't think the Cowboys are done with Mozzie. I think Mozzie's going to be a part of this. I do. I think he's going to be a part of this. I think this dude's going to be a part of this. I think he's going to be a part of some crazy rotation they got. They're going to keep this thing going and going and going and going, or try to keep these defensive linemen fresh. Because I'm telling you, I've said this. Y'all been hearing me say this for the last few days. We got to take responsibility as a team and as a franchise, kind of how we used Micah Parsons. I really believe this team became too dependent on Micah Parsons. Like, he had to play every single down until he just got so wore out, and then we would take him out. I really thought this was the season that the Cowboys had built so much depth that, man, Michael was going to be able to, like, not even have to play but maybe 40 snaps a game, keeping them fresh because of these multiples they're talking about, these multiple looks, these multiple different people in different positions, moving everybody around as they're talking about. I didn't really think this was going to be, I thought this was going to be I thought this was going to be one of Michael's best years with the Cowboys. But again, I think it worked out for the Cowboys. I think it worked out for Micah. These people, him and Jerry just crossed the line. They both crossed the line. I hope Jerry, I hope this is a cautionary tale. I hope this is a cautionary tale now for every player for the Dallas Cowboys. Don't ask for Jerry's cell phone number. Don't you dare ask for Jerry Jones' cell phone number. Don't you ask for Jerry Jones' cell phone number. If Jerry asks you for the time, you tell Jerry, talk to my agent. If Jerry asks you, why you telling me to talk to your agent about the time? You tell Jerry, I don't talk numbers with you, Jerry. I don't talk the time with you. I don't talk the date with you. I don't talk anything that have anything to do with numbers. You talk to my agent. This is a cautionary tale for every single player. You tell Jerry, I don't talk about money. I don't talk numbers. I don't talk numbers. That's what you tell Jerry. This is a cautionary tale to every single player. Don't you dare talk numbers with Jerry Jones. Don't you talk numbers with Jerry Jones. Don't get too personal with Jerry and Stephen Jones. Don't get too personal with them. Don't do it. This is a cautionary tale. If you want to stay on this team, keep it professional as you can. Keep it professional as you can. We don't need another one of these situations. This is why I'm glad. DaRon Bland, you listening to DaRon Bland, he act like he's shocked. He like, my agent and them were talking. DaRon Bland said, I ain't talking. DaRon Bland, I was shocked. Yeah, because you let your agent do it. Shoot, hey, boss, I'm telling us, boss, this is a cautionary tale. There is a line that you need to always keep with your superior. I used to work for a guy. This guy invited us to his house to eat. And I knew then this relationship was doomed. This dude, when we got to his house, this dude said that once we cross this, he said, once we cross this line, he said, once I invite you to my house, he said, I expect 100% loyalty from you. Dude, what? Yeah. And he said, I mean it work. He said, don't you ever cross me. He said, once you come to my house to eat, don't you ever cross me. I knew then. Our relationship was doomed, and somebody was going to get fired at the job. I knew then. I said somebody get fired up in here, boy. Somebody get fired up in here. Because when people expect that kind of loyalty from you, they start expecting you to not necessarily even do your job. They start expecting you to do favors. They start expecting you to come in on your off day. They start expecting you to stay a little bit over, even if you got something going on. They expect you to stay over and close. They expect you, if they want you to work off the clock, maybe for about 30 or 45 minutes. They start expecting you to be at their every beck and call. These are cautionary tales. There's a certain level of professionalism that you got to keep with your superiors. Jerry got his feelings hurt, and Michael did too. They both did. They both got their feelings hurt. That's how we got here. That's exactly how we got here. It's crazy. But again, I tell you what, as an old preacher used to tell me, the rubber about to meet the road on Thursday. The rubber about to meet the road, y'all. Let's listen to the rest of Brian. We got a couple of more minutes. We might as well finish. It's already 4:35 now. Let's go ahead and finish it. Let's check it out.
Those 6 guys would certainly bring it to me. Hey, we're having a little issue here that you probably need to address. That would be expected of them. And for the most part, it's just help with the connection and the chemistry that we're working with.
And then Calvin kind of mentioned it with Wilson CD as well. You've talked about his growth.
The world's first titanium nonstick pan. It's gonna blow your hair back.
We getting YouTube Premium today, y'all.
3 Michelin.
Can you revisit that? Like when you first were around him as your consultant year, did you ever think, oh yeah, I can see him being a captain one day?
I really could, just because of his love for the game. You know, the passion and the way he plays the game, I think, Todd, is incredible. But CD's been different. I think, back this year, it started not just with the GP thing, but... Robert
Blackwell, I have made this point now twice tonight. We got to take some responsibility for Micah Parsons. They did this nonsense with Dez Bryant, I'm telling you. They turned Micah Parsons into a one-trick pony. Rush the passer. I used to watch Micah Parsons play linebacker from time to time, and I would look at this dude's speed. Micah Parsons has elite level speed. When you run a 4.39 in the 40, you're 246 pounds. You're running a 4.39. This dude's pursuit is insane. And what the Cowboys do? Just rush the passer from the left side of the field, the offense's right side of the field, and they turn him into a one-trick pony. But watch what he does in Green Bay. They've already been talking about they're going to be using this dude all over the place. You watch what he does in Green Bay. You watch what he does in Green Bay. They're going to use him all over the place. All over the place.
Again, I think, last year missing training camp, reminded him how much he loves football. I was actually not surprised by that one. I was actually not surprised at all that CD got as many votes as he did, because he's a great player, but he's one of our best practice players. And again, you see him doing being much more intentional, I would say, in terms of leadership, talking to younger guys and things like that. And for me, it's just been fun to watch him grow into that. And I think he's truly just getting started.
Brad.
Man, let me tell you something. We talked about this during training camp. Well, let me tell you something. If there is one offensive player that literally abused the Cowboys defense, it was CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb was terrorizing the Cowboys. Boy, this dude was terrorizing the Cowboys defensive backs. It was shameful what this man was doing to the Cowboys defensive backs. It was crazy. CeeDee Lamb is now, in my eyes, the number one wide receiver in football. I'm taking him over Justin Jefferson. I'm taking him over Jamar Chase. And the reason why I'm taking CeeDee Lamb over both of those wide receivers, it's not the talent necessary, but it's his mental game now. CeeDee Lamb's mental game, stuff that he talked about in training camp, and then you saw him applying it on the field, CeeDee Lamb number one to me. Yeah, you're right, Andrew. We used to say we would use Mike as a chess piece. And then somewhere along the line, all he became is a pass rusher from one side of the field. That was it. Michael Parsons, I listened to one of the interviews he gave one time, and he talked about how hard that he had. I'm thinking it might have been at the Penn State, at Penn State. He talked about how there was a couple of coaches that were responsible for coaching him so hard and how they really helped him elevate his game. And then I noticed when he got to Dallas, there was no more coaching him hard. Rather than coaching him hard, we just started letting him do what he wanted to do. Hey, just set him out there and let him rush. That's it. Just let him rush the passer. That's it. We kill guys with this stuff. Dez Bryant was the safety blanket. Dez Bryant was the safety blanket for Tony Romo. Tony Romo just threw balls up to him. I mean, Dez and Tony, the jump ball stuff was ridiculous. It's not that they were not good at it, but they didn't work Dez out enough as in just pure route running. There is no reason that Dez should have been out the league after the Cowboys. Well, I don't know what they did to Dez, but they must have put a word out on Dez or something. I just can't believe that you get a player the caliber of Dez Bryant. You get a player of that caliber, and nobody is really interested in him after the Cowboys. That was crazy work to me. That's all I can tell you. That's crazy work to me. Don't understand it. But again, I just think this is really good for Micah Parsons. I'm actually afraid when we play him, he may try to knock Dak Prescott's head off, because one of the things that I think the media did that is very messy to me is when they started saying this stuff about that even Dak Prescott was fed up with Micah Parsons podcast, and Dak is one of the people who they talked to, which I'm sure they did. But I just wonder if they talked about this. When they say it's unanimous, I think there's another element to this. I think we also may be talking about, okay, guys, this is kind of where we are. And this is where the situation has gotten to. It's kind of gotten to DEFCON 5. And it's looking like we're going to have to trade Micah Parsons, and we're going to have to get something for him because it's just not going to work out. What are y'all thoughts on this? And I'm just kind of like, I don't know if the conversation was necessarily, hey, do you want us to get rid of Micah Parsons? I think that the people who were looking at all this were saying, especially the players, this is too far. DEFCON 5, he'll never be the same. He'll never have the same feelings. It will be best to cut him. I just wonder what the conversation is. But nevertheless, boy, they've already put this thing out here that Dak has said this about Micah, and we know how Micah is on social media. Boy, Micah might come around that corner if they give him an opportunity and just knock Dak out.
Through the pen because you make such a point of knowing your players as people. What do you suppose you would do if this vote came back and they'd elected a captain about whom you thought, oh, no way in hell?
Well, I would have named him captain. The players speak. I mean, like I said, I wanted 4. They said, when you looked at the numbers, Brad, they said, no, it's not 4, it's 6. They see something. They might have seen something different than I did, but I trust the guys, and I know them, and I know that they're going to vote with their hearts. They're going to vote for truly who they believe will lead us and be resilient and be disciplined to work every day and do the things they're supposed to do. So you saw me. I didn't bat an eye. I'd name them.
Yeah. When Durant Bland was coming out, I'm not sure how much you were part of those draft day conversations, but do you remember anything about that? And if not, okay, then
I don't.
When was the first time you saw the dog in him, the intention of him to where he could be thrown into a starting role rookie year and then first team All-Pro?
He enters as I was up in the box with DQ. I can't remember. I think we were playing the Giants.
Appreciate you, big money, Sonny.
He was playing nickel, and they ran a little stop route kind of in between the hash.
I'm looking forward to seeing you back in here when it's time for the Commanders. I'm looking forward to it.
And then he was playing like a cover 2 look, and he read the quarterback's eyes, and he squeezed the tight end on the hook just inside the deal and picked it off. It's an incredible play because it was a bang-bang play. And I remember just up in the box watching and seeing the quick twitch and the ability to close a seam like he did, but also it was a contested like the tight end was reaching like this, and he came in and scooped it and stole it from him. And I remember going, damn, that was a hell of a play. And
the smartest irrigation system in the world.
He did it a lot in practice as well, but that was the first time. I think it was the Giants. It was an interception that he came with. I think it might have been his first one of his career, but it was kind of a wild play.
We know how you feel about.
Yeah, we about to call it a day, Terrence. I mean, hey, we only got about 2 minutes on this Brian Schottenheimer thing, man. So I said we might as well go finish it out, man.
Dak as a leader and everything else, how does the Micah trade change how you lean on him for messaging and everything else to sort of push this team forward?
Yeah, I don't, nothing changes. I think, Dak doesn't need to be the only leader we have. The guys have just, identified a bunch of other guys. Dak needs to play quarterback, and Dak needs to try to lead the league in wins. That's what we're trying to do. If we can lead the league in wins.
I see you, Daniel.
The leadership ability is there, for sure. But, again, we're strongest when we have all of our guys. I think Kenny Clark's going to be a leader at some point. He's just a new face, And
Kenny Clark already is a leader. That dude crazy.
Again, the more I get to know him, and the more the guys get to know him, I think he's going to be seen as a leader. I think Jake Ferguson's another guy, got a bunch of votes. But when it's spread out the way it is, it makes you go, yes, like, you know, we have the right type of guys, and they will pull on you. And it's going to take different guys to speak up, because there's going to be some days when the offense plays well and the defense does. There's going to be other days where the defense is amazing and we shit the bed. And it's going to take guys willing to step up, be accountable, say, hey, we need to be better, because at the end of the day, this is the ultimate team game, and I'm thrilled to have the type of leaders that we have in that locker room.
We know this is a business, obviously. Do you think fans, maybe even us in the media, forget about, when you mentioned CD, how much they, especially in his case, how much he missed the game? Because he wanted to play, but the business kind of got in the way of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is the greatest game in the world. You start playing this game when you're 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. I mean, I used to play literally flag football and backyard, you know, football, and you just love it.
You know what crazy up in here, boy.
You don't care who you play with, where you
boy,
we playing in the street, we playing
man.
in the field, we playing at the park, where we playing. But you just love the game, and these guys, they don't feel different. They still love stepping out between the white lines. They still love going into that huddle, and sometimes laughing and making jokes, and sometimes screaming at each other. But the game is such a pure thing, man. And they just love it. And when it's taken away from you from time to time for different reasons, you mentioned business, it reminds you of how blessed we are to be able to do what we do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. About to get out of here. Let me read some comments, then we're going to get up out of here. All right, hold on just a second. All right. Read a couple of these. Gregory got me laughing so hard up in here this morning. This man Gregory said, "Gee, since the refs league allowed 2 or 3 holes against Micah, he said we play Green Bay, we should hold Michael every pass play." Boy, you got me rolling up in here, boy. Boy, you got me rolling up in here. So we're watching say Clark disruptive like Aaron Donald was. I can't wait to see him go to work, man. He a dog for real. He real. He a dog, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. Him and Oso Digizua together. Whew. Jason, y'all ain't got no replacement. I tell you this, Jason, I don't think we need a replacement. And let me say this. Replacement. Replacement don't mean he has to be as good as Micah Parsons. If you can get pressure up the middle, you just need good edge rushers. You don't need Micah Parsons type edge. If you got them, great. But if you can get that pressure up the middle with those defensive tackles, which I think the Cowboys will be able to do, go look at Kenny Clark's tape. This dude pushes linemen in the backfield all the time. No, the Cowboys going to be fine without Micah Parsons, I believe. I think they'll be fine. Big Money Sonny, peace. I look forward to seeing you. Andrew said, power the word SG. I'm just telling you, man, this thing's going to be great. Terrence Washington said, Kenny Clark is a beast among men and one of Inland Empire finest. Yes, sir. Just like CJ Stroud, proud they from my neck of the woods. He's a beast. We them boys. Good show as always, G. Yes, sir. We're going to try to, we got to get right back at it again today. Got to get back into the 4:30. Today, we are done with the Micah Parsons talk. We wish him all the best. We have closed the door. Now it is time. It is time to start talking about the Eagles and the Cowboys. Dang, I said, G, what's your hat size? Boy, man, I don't even think Bowser's have size. Boss Cowboy said you carried me tonight. I had to pull it all night and you got me through. Thank you. Hey, man, I appreciate you, Boss Cowboy. Yes, sir. Yes, hey, it's always good talking Cowboys, man. Big Money Sonny, I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to you when we play y'all. Y'all know we own you. Even with Jaden Daniels, man, we gave y'all problems, bro. Boy, we gave y'all problems. All right, guys, that is it for tonight. I said tonight. That is it for this morning. Cowboys After Dark. I'll see y'all again today, if the Lord is willing, at 4:30. We're going to see what has come down the news. We're going to see, but I tell you this, we're going to be talking about these matchups. We'll be talking about these matchups all week long as it pertains to the Cowboys. We'll probably go position by position today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're going to have our pregame show, and we going to be ready. Yeah. Kevin Howard said, I love the new music in the beginning of the show. Oh, yeah, man. You know we got to be hyped up, man. You know we got to be hyped up. Dega said, gee, I might get the whole Schotty collection. Well, you're going to get the hair dye, too. Unless your hair don't need dyeing. All right, guys, until the next time. DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys where we talk facts. Peace.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him.